earlier today. Playing as a single, Bo Van Pelt, the final round of the Players' Championship. Here he is at 17. A safe shot up into the back shelf. Would play the final round in 3 hours and 6 minutes. Was asked by the Golf Channel if he was put on the clock. Everybody laughed. This was the birdie putt. Down the shelf. We're going to see that countless times today in the final round. It's fast, but not that fast. Van Pelt in, leaders later, live at next. 145 of the PGA Tour's top competitors. 4 dramatic rounds. 1 coveted crystal. The PGA Tour's best players take on Pete Dye's greatest creation at the 40th installment of the Players' Championship. 40 years of drama.
Be the right club today.
Excitement.
Yes. Johnny, that's better than most.
How about in?
That is better than most. Better than most.
And heartbreak.
I can't believe the wind that hit that ball.
What will it take to become this year's Players' Champion?
And that is going to put it away. Matt Kuchar is the 2012 Players' Champion.
The stage is set. The contenders are ready. This is the Players' Championship. PGA TOUR.com welcomes you to the continuing race for the FedEx Cup. This is Live At. From TPC Sawgrass, it's the Players' Championship. Brought to you by proud partner PwC. And the live scene on Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to everyone. TPC Sawgrass. The Players, the final round is upon us. A 3-way tie for the lead. Some of the biggest names in golf are involved. And this hillside will be the place to be here in just a few hours. 77 degrees, humidity up a little bit from yesterday. Forecast has some storms in it later today, potentially. We are hoping to dodge those. There was a weather stoppage yesterday which forced play into this morning. We did not finish the third round on Saturday. Some of the players, just the last few groups, had to come back and finish play on Sunday morning. And then they get a break, chance to take mom out to lunch, and then they'll play this afternoon. Here's some of the action that took place earlier this morning. We have seen a couple of front left hole locations this week at the 17th alongside Will Haskett, Phil Tatarangi. Dennis Paulson's out on the golf course. Here was Ryan Palmer's tee shot.
And Ryan playing with a heavy heart this week. A good friend of his passed away earlier, however, is playing out of his skin. And this shot here, drawing back down to the hole. Excellent tee shot there at 17.
This for the birdie. Ryan Palmer has been mostly the unsung guy on the leaderboard this week. He's got company now. Palmer finishes at 10 under. He's just one back. Lee Westwood in the mix, this over at the 16th.
And his short game problems have been documented as part of the game that he's really been working on, trying to get himself more consistent in the big championships. And that one there just slipping out for eagle on 16.
Westwood would make the birdie, now over at 17.
And just a pitching wedge here, very calm conditions this morning. Throw that beyond the hole and get it to back up, down the slope, and he too would have it in there very close in birdie range.
This is unbelievable. Westwood would make that. He would bogey the 18th, though. He's 7 under. Tiger gets to start this morning with the 16th and 17th still in front of him. Here was the approach at 16.
After a great tee shot, left with 230.
Softly.
Asking it to get down, 5-iron in hand, nearly flies it right into the flag. Sensational iron shot in there.
He would get that up and down for his birdie. 2 birdies and a bogey in round number 3 for Tiger. Casey Wittenberg still had the 18th to play, this for birdie.
And a simple little tap in there at the difficult par 4 18th. Casey Wittenberg gets him to 10 under.
Wittenberg will play with Woods in the final round. Sergio got to play with Tiger all day on Saturday and a little bit more on Sunday morning. Here's his third at 16.
And a fantastic little short game shot out of the thick Bermuda rough. Damps around, gets it to bump through, and he will convert that to a birdie.
He had bogeyed 14 and 15. Makes the birdie at 16, now on the tee at 17, taking dead aim. Off the flagstick. What a shot.
Absolutely fantastic. I was out there for 8 hours yesterday and did not see anyone come within cooey of hitting the flagstick. That there, fantastic iron shot. Just a pitching wedge in hand.
Well, he has had issues with flagsticks before, and he has stated them. But you can exercise some of those demons with this for back-to-back birdies. And Sergio to 11 under par. He's part of the trio of leaders, and so is this man. David Lingmerth got to play 16 and 17 late on Saturday. Here was his approach at 16.
After a 311-yard tee shot, that iron shot in there gets him to within eagle range.
The young Swede, who was part of a playoff earlier this year at the Humana Challenge, had this to move to 11 under. He would birdie 17, bogey 18, and that's how he would finish the day. So we've got 3 players tied for the lead. Now Lingmerth posted first. Sergio had the honor off the first tee in round 3, so he and Tiger tie. Sergio goes out last, so it's going to be Lingmerth and Garcia in the final group. Tiger and Casey Wittenberg, who have done this before, will play together in the second to last group of the day. And the stage is set for the final round of the players. So glad to have you along with us, and it is a pink out for most of the players and spectators and even us here on the Live at broadcast team. That's Will Haskett. That's Phil Tatarangi. Feel free to get them confused. They don't mind whatsoever. Phil, let's talk about this leaderboard. What's David Lingmerth going to do?
Good question. I spoke to his caddy, he's a good friend of mine this morning. He did reiterate that when David gets himself into contention, as he did earlier this year at the Humana Challenge, he went 17 under on the weekend there, not afraid of the big stage whatsoever.
All right, so it's Lingmerth and Sergio and Will. That would seem to be a break that neither of those guys are playing with Tiger Woods on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and yesterday I thought David Lingmerth got a great draw. I mean, playing with Casey Wittenberg, they both graduated off the Web.com tour from a year ago. Wittenberg, the player of the year. They both played similar styles, and we had such a big leaderboard with huge names. They were sort of that forgotten group out there, and they were able to kind of go along nicely. Now, the last group of the day, and remember at Humana, Lingmerth shot 62 on the final day. He wasn't even in the conversation going into Sunday about being in that championship, and when the pressure got to him in that playoff, he knocked one in the water. We'll see how he handles the pressure the second time around, albeit on a much bigger stage today.
We will see that pressure manifest itself at the 13th hole and the 17th hole today. For more on the 17th, the man who is down there, the other member of our broadcast team, Tour veteran Dennis Paulson.
Thanks, BK, and let's have a happy Mother's Day to all those mothers out there. And here we are at the famous 17th hole. Traditional Sunday hole location right here. 15 on, 3 from the right-hand edge. 9 to carry this fringe right here. Players want to land at 10 on. If they're going to play left of the hole, they've got about 6 or 7 yards maybe to get that ball to feed down to the hole. The wind, for the most part, is going to be coming in the player's face out of the left. A very, very tricky hole location here. The key, really, more than anything, is if you're going to be aggressive, play it left of the hole and use the slope. Should be a lot of fun.
Always is, as we take a look from above at this par 3 17th, 137 on the card, 135 here for Championship Sunday.
And the slope that Dennis was talking about, that ridge that runs just right along here, that is where the players are going to be looking to land their ball. It feeds down. This is the slope along the front of the green. That's the slope there that will feed the ball to the hole. This point here is 129 to cover there. The flag today all the way over on this right-hand side. Just 142 to get to that back right-hand corner, and if the wind picks up later on today, that may well become a factor. The safe play is up in this region, right up in here, and we will see a number of balls there as the day progresses. It's surely going to be an exciting finish here, and as always, the 17th will have a play in the results of this Players' Championship.
Well, our second group of the day came through just moments ago. This was an 8-iron for Ben Curtis.
Ben looks to be leaning to the left, which always means that the ball is going to the right.
Already a bit of wind out there. First victim in the water. Group number 2 of the day. Jonas Blixt taking one less club.
And he obviously got the pink memo fully.
Yeah, that's well done out of Jonas. A more aggressive shade of pink than some of the others will use, but that counts. And this is a 9-iron.
Backing away, as we've seen a number of players do here this week at 17. It's just a matter of getting the moment where the wind is exactly where you believe and can commit to it. Again, it's 135 to the hole. Players will be looking to land the ball as with the overnight water on the greens, right at about that yardage, just a little bit left of the hole. An excellent execution there from Jonas Blixt. He will be able to sell that shot for a lot of money in a few hours' time when the leaders come through this hole.
Sell that outfit for a little bit on eBay as well. So that's an example of what to do and what not to do to this back right hole location at 17. Blixt played his college golf at Florida State, just across I-10 over in Tallahassee. Go Noles. And a happy Mother's Day to the Nole on our crew, the only mother on our crew, Claudia Weather.
David Lingworth also from Sweden, as is Jonas. He mentioned in his press conference when he completed his round yesterday that Jonas was a big contributing factor to David moving into this Jacksonville area. David went to the University of Arkansas and played his college golf over here, but when he was looking to relocate to a climate that suited being able to practice in the winter months and prepare to come out here onto the PGA Tour, he decided to come and base himself here in Jacksonville near his good friend Jonas Blixt, and as I understand it, they are in the same neighborhood, just a couple of houses away from each other.
The third for Curtis, and that is going to catch a piece of the green. So we'll see if Ben Curtis can save his bogey as we continue. Lingmerth, Garcia, and Woods, the leaders. Bogey putt for Ben Curtis at 17.
Expecting that ball to move a little to the right. The grain all down in that bottom right-hand tier. And all goes to the right. We've seen a number of players over the years putting from down on that shelf and small putts being missed, most notably just a couple of years ago when David Toms missed in the playoff there with KJ Choi.
Curtis from 1 under for the day to 1 over for the day. 6 over for the week. And now Blix, nice nugget on Jonas and David Lingmerth. Get the sense that Jonas may be finishing up here and sticking around for a while. Lingmerth doesn't go until 2:38 Eastern time.
Well, if he doesn't change outfits, we're going to be able to see him in the gallery pretty easily.
That's a very good point. Although there's going to be a lot of pink in the gallery. How about this caddy's socks?
Well hold.
And you can see him with his arms in the air. Took him 17 holes to make his first birdie today. 2 bogeys, a double, and all pars on the scorecard for Jonas. But that finally gives him a little smile and something to be happy about.
David Lingmerth also referenced in his media conference last night that Jonas got his breakthrough win on the PGA Tour last year, and with getting his opportunity at the Humana Challenge earlier this year, not being able to convert there, and getting another chance here, he's looking at getting himself into the players in the winners category as well out here on the PGA Tour.
I mean, I like going down on that one a little bit, just hitting a nice solid one of those. Basically getting it to finish right on that white thing on the shot line. Okay.
The very, very discernible southern drawl of Mitch Knox.
And Jason Bone, who understands. Now, the last time Jason Bone played this hole, this is over at 13. It's our other live at hole that we'll cover for you today. Last time Jason Bone played this hole, the guy he played with made a hole in one. That was yesterday, Chris Stroud, or Stout as he was called on ESPN. Number 1 play, and they got his name wrong.
The 13th today playing at 170 yards.
Hit it, wind.
Wind down at a pin location, hole location down on that left-hand side. You'll see a number of balls gather to that back portion of the green over where the pin was yesterday.
All right, back over to 17 and DA points. This hole has gotten him this week. But not today.
And that will feed and funnel back down towards the hole. Will not make it all the way down there, but it creeps back down the hill. That's a superb iron shot.
Well, Chad Campbell is the guy playing along with Jason Bone today. He too can understand Mitch Knox.
Perfect hole location for Chad Campbell's little draw.
Go.
Just asking it to get up, however. And that is a good club and a half out. He's come up 15 yards short of that pin.
There is a bunker in that little area. It looks like there could be, but it would be really mean, and that's exactly what the case is. Don't know if he's in it. Back to 17, Josh Teeter.
Oh, and judged it to perfection. Josh just carrying that front right-hand corner of the green. And gets a nice bounce forward, and he's putting back up the hill.
Some of the numbers and information from the golf course here, TPC Sawgrass. Pete Dye laid it out back in 1979, came back in 2006, raised some of the bulkheads, reworked the drainage. That has been key this week. Didn't mess with the overall layout, although he does say he's got room to lengthen beyond the 7,215 yards.
Personally, I'd like to think that this golf course stays at around about that length for a little while. It's not the longest golf course on the PGA Tour, but it's very strategic. It is all about putting the ball in the right area of the fairway so that you can attack the greens from the right angle. And at 7,200, I think it's certainly long enough. It requires a mixture of tee shots from the driver to the 3-wood and even some irons off some of the tees for a number of the players, regardless of how long you hit the ball. And it's one of the best, I think, if not the best, man-made golf course in the world.
And to your point, Tiger Woods was saying this week that the ball is going forever, that it literally is traveling farther than I think the players even anticipated. And yet with that, we've seen the golf course defend itself quite well.
Well, the great thing that they have here as Josh Cheetah leaves his birdie putt out to the right there. I'll throw a little bit of change on it for DA putts. The great thing about the turn points here on the dog legs at the TPC Stadium course is that they are at a place where the longer players, the longer hitters off the tee, have to shape their ball to get it into the right spots on the fairway. They have changed them with that work in 2006 from around about 265, 270 yards out to about 295. And so those players that hit the ball over 300 yards can't just bomb away and expect to still be in the fairway or have the penultimate angle to the green. They require the longer hitters to shape the ball. The shorter hitters actually get the benefit of still being able to play a straighter tee shot off the tee and place themselves in the fairway. And I think that's really, really good design.
It's brilliant. Now on Mother's Day, here's DA Points with his mom's putter. And he birdies the 17th.
2, 3, 4, 5 this week on the 17th for DA. Not in that order. That'd be a lot cooler.
I'd be a little
What
disappointed.
do they call that in baseball?
He's hitting for the cycle?
Yeah. Again, I think he's disappointed that he hit for the cycle, but certainly happy with how it ended.
1, 2, 3, and 4 most probably would have been a little better cycle than the 2, 3, 4, and the 5, which he had in the second round when he went long and found the water.
In Yahtzee, they call it the small straight. I think you get 30 points for that. Here's Chad Campbell at 13.
Didn't find that bunker there short and right, Brian, and has played a beautiful little pitch shot. Always tough to get the contact on the ball when the ball is well above your feet, and especially out of this Bermuda rough.
Well, we saw a hole-in-one yesterday here at 13. It was a perfect position for it, back and right. How about this hole location today? Will we see the dramatic?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly for those players that like to draw the ball, they'll get it to land on that shelf right of this hole location. And as you can see there from Chad's ball as it was running down and feeding towards the hole, the ball does significantly gather down towards that left-hand side. You don't have to go at the flag here to get the ball to gather and be very close. That pin there, that hole location, is cut only 3 paces off of the left side, and you can see the pin, the tee grounds in the background. It does look like that water, that pin is actually located in the water. It really is close to the edge.
26 hole-in-ones in this tournament's history. 11, including Stroud's yesterday, have come here at 13. So it has been the most popular spot for a hole-in-one of the 4 par 3s on property.
Must admit, when you come here for the first time, the 13th green does look very, very perplexing. It does look like a saucer that's been tipped upside down and crumpled in the edges. The high point is right in the middle of the green, and every other part from the green does feed away from that spot. Feeds towards the back, towards the front right, and then all the way over to the left. Jason Bone is going to be aiming a good 20, 25 feet left of the hole. It's going to crest just right there in the change of colour, and then that where the colour turns a little bit lighter, feeds all the way down to the hole, and he's judged that very well.
Bone is 1 under today. Excuse me, 2 under today, 1 under for the week. Chad Campbell is 2 under for the week. Jason outside the playoff picture right now, more than halfway through the season, 181st in FedEx Cup points.
We talked about his caddy, Mitch Knox there. Mitch of David Duval fame.
Was on the bag when Duval won here in '99, same day that David's father, Bob, had won on the Champions Tour across the state. That was a first.
Still remember the image of Bob watching on TV. They had it broadcast in, had tears in his eyes.
And as I was driving across Route 210, I see that I entered into Duval County.
It was such a big moment that they renamed the county after the Duval family. There's Campbell lipping out for par.
And here was I thinking it was actor Robert Duval.
That's 2 L's.
Well, since then he's appeared in a golf movie, and
He's working his way to endear him to more golf fans. But he needs to lose an L off that
Phil,
last
as
name.
it turns out, that's not the case. They didn't name the county after the Duval family, although Duval County is I believe it's the largest county in the country. Now Bone for his par.
Very good 2-putt, and he will not be the last person that we see over in that back portion of the green today. Product of trying to get it to land on that ridge and feed down to the hole, just missing out, and it does feed to the back of the green from there.
So they'll hustle off to 14, and we will whisk over to 17. And this group here on the tee live, Charlie Wee and Rory Sabatini. And Dennis Paulson is down there.
I am Brian. And what a beautiful setting. It's starting to fill up a little bit behind the green, and definitely on the left-hand side, short of the green as the players walk up. I am behind the tee box right now, as long as my mic can hold in so I can see the ball feed down to the hole. Anywhere else, it's pretty tough to see anything. The wind is pretty fresh out of the left and in at about 10 o'clock for the players right now. Popular club's been the 9-iron of choice. Ben Curtis tried to hit that little 8-iron and just came out of it and never had a chance. Charlie likes to hit a little draw, though. This is a pretty comfortable shot. I just aim it right over the bunker, hit his normal shot, and it should just hold up in the breeze. He just said 130. I think I'd be trying to hit it a little farther than that. I'm saying 140, 135 shot. There's at least 5 to 7 yards of hurt in this. The carry, not so bad. Maybe that's their number they were talking about. 130 is a solid carry over that right-hand edge. And now he just saw that big flash. Why he pulled back there, there was a big hit of breeze off the water. You can see it coming in waves. Fairly consistent, about 10 miles an hour right now. The flag is barely moving. It's amazing that you've got 10 miles an hour breeze up there and the flag lays limp. That's that stadium amphitheater effect that the players have to deal with here at 17. Looks like he's set to go now. Charlie with a 9-iron. Should be a perfect club for him. And here we go again, guys. Never ready. It's tough to pull a trigger here, Phil.
Yeah, absolutely. I was out there all day, all day yesterday, Dennis, and when that weather came in to the golf course late in the afternoon, you saw a number of players right in between clubs, right in between trajectories and shots that they want to hit, and that's the genius of this little hole.
135 yards, and you know, if you throw it up in the air, it's probably playing the short side of 150 right now. You're gonna have to flight this down. Now the wind pretty strong. This should help Charlie to realize that it is blowing as hard as it feels like. This ball out towards the center of the green, actually tugged it towards the left side of the green. Safety dance right there, but when it gusting like that, not a bad play at all.
He can dance if he wants to. And Charlie Wee is on the green at 17. Birdied 14 and 15. He's 3 under today.
Rory now. There's a lime green chair that's right over the top of the bunker that looks like a good view. This ball started out right, trying to turn it over against the breeze. This is hanging. Not enough. That was a very aggressive line to start and did not carry the edge.
And Phil, I have to ask you, as the players have evolved this week at the 17th, 3 hole locations that seemingly set up for players who like to play it right to left this week. And now you see that what Dennis says, he's trying to start that right of the hole and draw it back in. Is it a change for the players today? Because for the first time, maybe the ball flight is different, or what you want to try and do today?
Absolutely. This hole location, no two doubts about it, does suit a player that prefers to play the ball from left to right. You can start the ball in the middle of the green, let the breeze move it to the right. It's a lot simpler. Your most safe shot here is into the middle of the green and you're covering land the whole way. If you have to start the ball out over the right, and as Sabatini re-tees, he looks like he's come up there short again.
Well, Sabatini just fired 2 of them in there quickly. Charlie Wee was more deliberate about the wind. Kids getting a free pass here on Mother's Day. Enjoying the scene. Championship Sunday at TPC Sawgrass.
I didn't want to do anything else but play a game for a living. So when I took to golf, I got the bug. That's what I wanted to do.
People would stop and watch him from his very beginning. It was just amazing that, you know, as a 12 or 13-year-old, people would just stop and watch him, and he was able to play high school golf as a middle schooler.
I don't know that I knew right away that I was good enough, but I knew that I loved it and knew that I was going to keep working and try to become good enough. And had the encouragement from Mom and Dad. Had Dad's competitive encouragement and had Mom's mental side. When I started playing tournaments as a young kid, I had a temper like any young kid seems to have, and you know, she made sure that I conducted myself well. I can remember, I think, being 15 and getting to drive a little bit here and there up to West Virginia and Ohio and doing some trips. So we had an old Volvo station wagon that I thought was really cool. And Mom would get on the road and take us around to different tournaments, and they were fun times. We'd live out of a suitcase and in hotels and bum in with friends when we could. And I certainly got to spend a lot of time with Mom, and it was some great memories.
I'm very proud of the man that he's grown up to be. He's a wonderful husband and father, and that's a more important piece to me than his great athletic skill. But I think a lot of people are naturally gifted, and not all of them have the great work ethic that he's had. It's really important to work with your gift and to be able to use it for God's glory, and I'm delighted that he does that so well. Him winning the Players was a moment that I've waited for and will treasure for my whole life.
Immediately after that, Matt had to empty the dishwasher. The defending champion and his mom on Mother's Day. Here's Sabatini's fourth shot here at 17.
And a good view, Brian, of how far this ball does release down the slope. It seemed like Rory's ball only just covered that fringe at the turn point there, and it does feed all the way down to the hole.
Why do I get the feeling we're going to wish that the hole was cut about 18 inches left of where it is? Right there, right where his ball is right now. I feel like that will be a landing point or a stopping point for 2 or 3 shots off the tee today.
Well, it is just 3 paces off of the right, and the field staff out here on the PGA Tour in recent years has got a habit of getting the pin located only 3 off of the edge to try and bring the hazard into play on the edge of the green.
Sabatini tapped it in with the wedge. So it's a 5. Made the cut here this week. Won't be a top 10. Charlie Wee has a chance here for birdie. Oh, excuse me, this is for par.
Yes, after hitting safely to the middle of the green.
Oh.
And it's after getting it into the middle of the green, it is no easy feat to get down in 2. And Charlie, one of the better putters out here on the PGA Tour, experiencing that. And that's one of the things that makes this this hole great is that I think we alluded on the stats yesterday that as small as this green complex is, there's still a number of 3 putts, and for those players that elect to play safely and hit it into that top shelf, the heart of the green, as quick as the putt is coming down the hill, it is no easy 2-putt.
Back over to 13. You see KJ Choi and Ricky Barnes walking away.
It's not full either.
Run camera.
Just normal. I mean, we feel
Just checking the shot.
Perfect now. We feel a bit in. Right to left wind, little in. Just normal shot.
A longtime caddy Andy Prodger not on the bag this week for KJ.
No, Squirrel. That's only how I know him. Alistair is his first name. He used to be a long time caddy for Jeff Ogilvie, carrying KJ's bag this week. KJ works with Steve Bann, an Australian that works with Jeff Ogilvie and Mark Leishman. Nice iron shot there from KJ.
Pretty similar shot. Just a solid one.
Ricky having a rough day.
Yeah, should be more out of your right today.
Straight right to left.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Yeah. All right. 12 ones. It's good.
It's 3 over for the day and the week.
The hole located all the way over here on this left-hand side. It's up perfectly for a little draw.
Go in.
And that releasing all the way to the back fringe. I think there was a touch of sarcasm just in Ricky's voice there.
He birdied the 6th. He's got 2 bogeys and a double on the card. Tied for 70th right now. Barnes plays the hard courses well. And this is one of them. Having an off week. 3 players, all at 11 under par. Tiger and Casey Wittenberg will go in the second to last group of the day, just before 2:30. Lingmerth and Garcia about 2 hours from now. And the final group of the day. How about Jeff Maggart looking to become the oldest Players Champion ever?
Well, he was one of those players that got out very early yesterday and posted a low score, 66, I believe, and set the mark. And 11 under par was leading going into the third round. No advancements upon that entering this final round.
It was Maggart's lowest score here in over 50 rounds. Some people would just be happy to play 50 rounds in this tournament, but that was a long wait to have that breakthrough round and put himself in position.
Now Harrington on the tee at 17.
Podrick with a 9-iron here. Perfect club, I think, for most of the players. It's a solid 145-yard shot, even if you hit it down a little bit with this breeze out of the left. Just play it somewhere out towards the left-hand side of the green. The gutty play, just 4 or 5 yards. And that ball started left, and it is cutting. It's got to hang in.
Oh my goodness, Dennis, that is a huge break. It's landed right on the seam line between the fringe and that first cut and has bounced left.
Now Brian Davis.
Also selected a 9-iron, BK. This ball started a little more left, and it's trying to cut right over the top of the bunker. Doesn't carry. Down into the sand.
All right, amigo. I'll be back.
Snaps a streak of 8 greens hit in a row for Davis.
And he's in the bunker, and we're going to get to see bunker cam. Matter of fact, the edge there may line him up directly at the flagstick. We'll see after we check in with Amanda Balionis, who's standing by with Bo Van Pelt.
Thanks, guys. Well, Bo, I told you finished your round in 3 hours and 6 minutes, so we had to keep you here a little bit longer. What's it like playing TPC Sawgrass Stadium course kind of by yourself?
It was very enjoyable. It was nice to just kind of go at your own pace, and obviously struck the ball a little bit better today, so that definitely made the golf course play a little faster.
It's the best you've ever played here. 4 under 68 is your lowest round at the Players Championship. So what was clicking so well for you?
Well, I was finally healthy. I got sick Thursday night, and this morning was the first time I've eaten in 2 days, so it was a little bit more enjoyable today. I just didn't have much energy the last 2 days and just kind of grinded out to make the cut. And then yesterday was a pretty tough day, and then last night started feeling better, and I finally ate this morning at breakfast, so it just kind of got back to normal.
Looking forward to the rest of your season, do you feel like your game is coming into the form that you want it to be in? Your first top 10 last week, you come in here, card your lowest round on a Sunday to Players. Where do you think your game's at right now?
It's getting better. I felt like I was close at Augusta, and then Hilton Head was a little better, and then obviously Charlotte played better. And the 2 rounds I felt good. I was 7 under this week, so I was pretty pleased with that. And so hopefully continue to play the rest of the summer.
We'll get rest, and I hope you feel 100% for next week. Thanks for joining us. Back to you guys.
Amanda, thank you very much. 3 hours and 6 minutes for Bo Van Pelt to take his lap alone in his final round. That's how his week ended up. Didn't birdie either of our live at holes. Not that we would have known. It came through now. Bo did not have to play to complete the 3rd round this morning. Over at 13, KJ Choi for birdie.
And this putt here breaking a good 6 inches to his left. Just ran out of pace. All of the slope and the grain moves down quite aggressively towards the water. It fronts the left edge of the screen.
Just before that, Barnes with the putter from just off the back fringe.
Should get a pretty good view here of how much this ball Should move to the right, and perfect. Proves me completely wrong. Obviously coming from the back of the green, that grain has less of effect on the ball.
Bunker cam at 17.
And this is going to be pretty interesting to see whether Brian's able to get the club up in time. It's a great view there of how wide open he's got the club face.
The legs and shoes of Brian Davis. Easy.
And
wow.
The universal look of disapproval.
Well, he's going to get to play that shot again.
Well, his options here, Brian, are he gets to rake the bunker, or he's just massacred the wall of it, or
how much room does he have?
And drop the ball in there, or he gets to go back to the drop zone.
He could go across the lake. If there's land over there, that canal kind of turns a little bit, and that's not a good option anyway.
We'll come back to that. That's great TV. Meanwhile, Ricky Barnes taps into his par here at the 13th.
Pink bell, pink glove day. I'm sure there was an early morning phone call. Wife Suzanne became a mother for the second time a couple weeks ago. Would have been about probably 4 in the morning in Arizona when he called. She was up, 2-week-old.
All right, they're huddling at 17 to discuss the options of Brian Davis.
Now, you did right. He does have 3 options here. Replay the ball from inside of the bunker. He didn't do so well with it this last attempt. Go back to the drop zone of where we've seen players all week play their thirds from if they hit their tee shot in the water. Or go beyond the pin over where the spectators are perched above those rose flowers there, about 30 yards beyond the green. Now, to me, that would be idiotic.
Well, that's what you see. He's getting that look, trying to look down that line and see what's out that way.
The reason why, just to quantify why I think that would be a terrible option, is that the grass over there is the rough. No chance of getting any spin on it. I would hazard to guess that it'd have to be on a severe downslope, and then he's got to carry the water coming downwind, and there's no chance to stop the ball on the green.
You can see his caddy has the rake in hand to groom the bunker.
Well, that's one option. First option is to play the ball, which isn't very good because it's in the water. Second option is to replay the ball.
Are you surprised, Phil, that he's not electing to go back into the sand again?
Well, I'm not surprised, no, because it was obviously a very, very difficult lie, and hence caused the shot to come out thin and go long over the green.
I think he just wants to make sure that the drop zone is an option with his second shot. Now here's a look at this hole from above, and as a matter of fact, we could probably go ahead and stop it right about here.
Now, this is obviously the bunker here where Brian Davis was. This location here is where the pin is, and what he was considering was whether he could drop over here in this section over here where the competitors that's where
on that line is the line he has. He can go back as far as he wants.
Absolutely. I think the decision that he's going to make is to go over to the drop zone, which is going to be coming in from this angle over here.
All right, Dennis, and from our overhead look, which is a good one, there was land over there. What would you do?
Well, my big thing, Brian, is once he slammed that club into the sand, if he went back there, could he have been penalized for testing the surface? I know there's that gray area. Once he's played it, he's going to have to take a drop on the downslope. It's going to be in a plugged lie, but you also don't want to take a penalty. I'm not sure if it actually would, in fact, be one. But once he did that, if he goes into the bunker, that could be the case. If he eliminates that shot entirely, then you don't have to worry about it.
It's an exceptional point that you bring up there, Dennis. We need to get our rules official on the line.
They just changed that rule a couple years ago.
Still hurting off the left.
To eliminate exactly that. Something that was done with the last rule change in 2012. to help players out. We saw in the case, which is actually something you have here, long fairway bunkers.
It was kind of the Stewart Sink rule, wasn't it? Because that was something that got Stewart Sink when it was a bunker that went all the way from the fairway up to the green, and he hit a shot out of there into that same bunker, but then out of anger, it cost him.
Well, his caddy had raked the bunker.
That's what it was.
And since he was still in the bunker, they thought that was inequitable. Now the fourth shot of Brian Davis.
That's a very good point, Brian. However, with the integrity of the game, when a player does that out of anger, not out of raking the bunker, you'd think there would be something in the multiple pages of decisions that may well look differently upon that decision in the rulings.
Well, clearly it was one of the options, but not an attractive option. I mean, you wouldn't have redropped in that bunker, would you?
Well, it is not dropping upon the exact spot. You are able to drop within the vicinity of that spot, right? And
but you can't go closer.
You cannot go closer, and exactly. However, it would be a matter of how the ball rolled once it hit the bunker bed.
Yeah, it's definitely not cut and dry. Now Harrington with the putter for his second, just off the green. Yeah, Davis would have had to try to drop after raking the bunker. Would have had to attempt to drop in the same spot.
Yes.
Ball can't land closer, can't roll closer. We know it would have bounced closer. Would have wound up getting to drop and place it most likely in a very similar spot. And then you really haven't changed your circumstances much.
No. The interesting thing is if the sand was firm enough, and that's most probably what may well have contributed to the ball going thin over the green. The impaction of the sand when it's wet is a little bit more and a bit more compacted. It does come out a bit more solid, and the sand between the club face and the ball does generally mean that the ball comes out with less spin and a slightly more aggressive ball flight. However, if you are able to get to place the ball, you may well also be dropping it in that indentation that the ball has made in the sand.
Yeah.
So you most probably would have the ball sitting down in wet sand. Not a real good option.
I would have been curious about the other side of the hazard.
I'm sure you would have been.
I wanted to see him over there and the people.
Made for great TV, but I think there's most probably people waiting behind the group behind Harrington and Davis would be waiting on the tee as it is.
Yeah, Martin Keimer and Charles Schwartzel have been up there for a good solid 5 minutes, and Dennis is out there too. He could even talk about that wait.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I mean, they're sitting here. They got to the tee before they actually got to the green. They've been right on their heels. And actually the group behind them, Carl Peterson and Justin Leonard, are just only got a couple of putts at 16 green. And they could be here actually before both players end up playing their shots into 17. So unless there's going to be a little bit of a gap, we could have a little bit more of a wait through the day here at 17. That makes it all that much more interesting if the players actually got to wait for someone else to play before you get your crack at it.
A one putt double bogey for Brian Davis, and look, from experience I can attest to that. I'm sure you can too, Dennis, that look, early on a Sunday morning when you're not going to win the tournament, you're certainly not going to finish in the top 10, most probably not even in the top 30. These players, they're just looking at getting done, trying is obviously the best that they can, but getting out of town and getting on with it. And you can see the body language of Charles Schwartzel back on the tee. He's come on, boys, let's just move along. Come on.
Just the nature of that being the Peninsula Green. Brian couldn't walk directly to any of those places that he needed to go. It would have taken just as long to walk around the back. You can see the walk there, and over the years in our live at coverage, we've seen balls come down that walkway. We've seen a lot of odd shots. That one goes on the list. Now Keimer.
It's on a really good line, just a little left of the hole. If it catches the ridge, it could get pretty close.
And it is catching the ridge, and it's getting close.
I think we'll see a number of shots that land in that place there today, gathered down within a few feet of the hole. On the shot here by Keimer. Perfect ball flight.
From the tee, it probably looks really tight, about 2.5 feet long for Martin. Now Charles Schwartzel.
This is a wedge for Charles. That's a pretty big club right there. Martin hit 9-iron. He's going to have to hit this pretty hard. The wind is slightly more out of the left. Safe line, more just left of the bunker.
Certainly had enough stick. It's pin high, but he will be coming down that slippery slope for his birdie putt.
A nice, easy walk around the pond. Nothing in the water in this group. We'll see if that changes when we come back. A live look at the 17th green here on Sunday, Mother's Day, and the final round of the Players. Martin Kaymer and Charles Schwartzel coming around. Got held up a bit here at 17. The dramatics of Brian Davis. And Schwartzel will be first.
Brian, this is the ridge that we were talking about with our overhead graphic. Everything just feeds straight down the hill from there. Just get it to right about that point there and it will feed all the way down to the hole. In these greens here at TPC Stadium course, running at 12.5 feet, and Charles Schwartzel, a la Craig Perks back in 2002, drains it from the top ledge. Unfortunately for Charles, he was in the 9-16 group of the first tee on Sunday, not the 245 group.
The same smile though.
Yes.
From Charles.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now Kaymer for his birdie.
So Kaymer's tee shot catch that ridge and feed down to this spot here. Well hold. right edge, inside right putt.
All right, we get the pink going on the shoes too, sure. And the bottoms of the shoes also.
And is that lid of his got a little bit of pink in it as well?
I think so.
Very dapper.
Plenty of pink back here for Carl Peterson on the tee.
Carl, 9-iron here. I think it's a good club. He likes to turn it over, and this is just left of the hole. This is tracking on a great line.
Yes, just creeps over that front right edge, Dennis, underneath the hole.
Didn't need much more. Well, the Marshalls are in pink. They went out and changed the flowers over to pink. There's some moms out there in the gallery.
Plenty of mums in the gallery. Give your mother a call this morning?
Certainly did.
Excellent. I did mine yesterday, actually.
Well, because isn't that today?
It is.
Back in New Zealand?
It is back in New Zealand. Mum appreciated the call. Justin Leonard on the tee now.
Check out those shoes. There's some pink in those bad boys. Yeah. Justin also with 9-iron, and this is turned over towards the middle of the green. Safe play.
Well, that's going to leave us some very interesting TV there for Justin. I look forward to getting the telestrator out when he's up on the green.
It may clash, the yellow with the pink in the shoes. Dennis, did you talk to your mom today?
I have talked to my mom, I've talked to my wife, and also my mother-in-law. So I've got all bases covered. I should be good to go until we get off work. I'm sure I'll be in trouble for something today because of what my kids did at home, but I'm good so far.
All right, that's a good start. That's all you can do. Amanda Balionis standing by with DA points.
Thanks, guys. Well, DA, it wasn't the start you wanted, but then you go 5 under on your next 9 holes. That's quite the bounce back.
Yeah, you know, I'm really not playing bad. I just the greens are pretty tricky, and I 4-putted from like 20 feet, which is crazy, but played a lot better today, and the course is playing a little easier, so it was nice to get a good finish on Sunday.
You're playing really well. Obviously, that win in Shell Houston, runner-up at Zurich. So where is your game? How would you assess where your game's at right now?
It's good. It's not as tight as it was then, but you know, I'm still putting well, and I'm still doing a lot of things right. If I can just kind of get a swing key to feel a little bit more on repetition, because I hit some great shots, but then I also hit some squirrely ones. So if I can eliminate the squirrely ones, I'll be good.
You're only the second player we've talked to so far today. Bo Van Pelt was the first, and you know he played in 3 hours and 6 minutes. He blew right through here. But conditions-wise, talk about kind of the winds compared to yesterday and maybe the greens.
Well, the winds are a little different direction, which will, you know, give the guys something new to look at. And then also the greens are a little softer with a little bit of the moisture we had. And but as the day goes on, when they tee off at whatever 2:40 this afternoon, the place will start to be dry and crispy, and it'll be tough.
All right. Well, good luck down in Texas. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Amanda, thank you very much. And good stuff from both Amanda and DA points here on Mother's Day at the Players.
Fantastic scenes here, Brian. People are starting to gather around this wonderful cauldron, which is the 17th. I wonder if Pete Dye 31 years ago would have ever imagined that the type of golf and the type of wildlife,
it's a submarine out there,
would have gathered around and produced the sort of exciting golf that this hole has provided us with over the years.
You know, I asked Dennis about his mom because since it's Mother's Day, I don't know that, I think it's maybe the only time in PGA Tour history Dennis's mom has actually called one of his golf shots in competition. We had her at Torrey Pines. Dennis was playing, came through in the group right in front of us. His mom was right there. We let Mom call the shot.
Awesome.
And she did a great job. Her call was perfectly accurate. She didn't know where the ball went. And as it turns out, it was a lost ball.
Neither did Dennis, obviously. Well, it certainly is an amazing little cauldron here. I don't know what a capacity crowd would be around 16 and 17 here, but I've got to believe it's somewhere in the vicinity of 10,000 when you think about all of the people that can frequent the corporate chalets that ring both the 16th and the 17th holes. It really is quite a spectacular setting. Now the ridge, first thing, Justin Leonard's got to get it up over that. Then he's got to contend with his next one coming back downhill. And that will run on by a good 4, 5, still counting, possibly 6 feet. It's a tough putt coming from that front left-hand portion of the green. And we'll come back to Justin.
Behind the green at 13, this is Graham DeLette.
And that's crazy pants day there for Graham DeLette.
Either that or he overslept.
This one here, though, a sensational little chip in there from over the green from the Canadian. Gets him to 3 under par. Today's round 2 under. And those are some pink pants.
Graham will bring it, fashion-wise. Carl Peterson looking dapper as well. This is for birdie at 17.
And this putt here, I had a couple from this line, this very line yesterday. It's a couple of balls outside of the left edge. Keep the pace on it and it catches the right edge. Well done.
I think that's a classy touch there on the Sunday pink outfit. We're going to see lots of variations. And what do you think of what Justin Leonard's doing here? Got some pink in the shirt, and you throw the pink in the shoes, and that kind of catches you off guard.
Well, Justin's been known as a very, very tidy person. Organised sock drawer.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
No pink in the socks. I don't want to comment on his undergarments, but the man has got it going on in the pink department. Leonard at even par. This to remain at even par for the tournament with just 1 hole to play. Well done. Great 2-putt there.
All right, so Justin Leonard. Not sure he's regretting the sock choice. It would have worked either way. Makes par at 17. This is how things are stacking up right now. Lingmerth and Garcia in the final group of the day. Tiger will play with Casey Wittenberg. That has happened a couple of times in the past. They were paired together in the first and second round of the Masters in 04. Wittenberg beat Tiger that week. Most recently, over at Torrey Pines on the weekend. Jimmy Walker, way right at 13, trying to coax it down the hill.
Oh, he doesn't have to coax it too hard. He's judged that pretty well there, Bryant. And where he was to get that within 4 or 5 feet, he's done a sensational job.
The thumbs up from Boo's caddy. Now on the tee at 17, Chad Campbell.
He is just arrived, and Jason Bone just arrived also. Chad's been here a while. Not sure what happened over there at 16, but Chad got to the tee a little quicker than Jason did. Chad has pulled a club. They're trying to figure out what direction the wind is. And Phil, it's amazing. I'm back here above the tee box, and there is not a breath of wind where I am standing. And up there on the hillside where the corporate chalets are, it's a solid 10 to 12 probably.
And that's the thing here, Dennis, isn't it? It's all about choosing the right moment to pick and the right trajectory, the right ball flight to get it flying on.
Chad's also pulled a 9-iron. There's been everybody's hit 9-iron but 2 players. Ben Curtis hit 8 in the water. Rory Sabatini hit wedge in the water. This 9-iron on a pretty good line, just left of the hole, needs to get up. That just got hammered by the wind. That's down in the water in front. Wow.
4 already this morning in the water at the 18th. Back to 13. Boo Weekly for birdie.
On a similar line to what we saw Ricky Barnes just a few moments ago. That one there got started right straight off the putter.
I think this is the popular Mother's Day pink outfit. Is this, what would you go with? Would you go white pants with a pink shirt? What would you do?
Well, that's baby pink, very similar to the ones we're wearing.
Yeah,
I'd most probably go more the black pants, to be fair, I think.
You would go black pants with a pink shirt?
Yes, yeah, I think so.
Jason going with the stone, I believe, with his pink shirt. All pars this week for Jason Bone.
Jason and I are matching today with a khaki stone-colored pant. That's a little bigger swing with a 9-iron towards the left side of the green. Wind's not hitting that one.
Middle of the dance floor. Jason Bone.
That was actually a last-minute 8-iron for Jason.
Jason's wife, Tawana, back home in Ackworth, Georgia, taking care of the kids while Jason is down here at the Players amongst the pink flowers. Now, there's our pink shirts that Phil was talking about, and I think it works. Also in a pink shirt today from the Tour Academy, my friend Travis Fulton. No title necessary. Happy Mother's Day, Travis.
Happy Mother's Day. How we doing?
We're doing okay. Now, you've got all kinds of tips, and at the Tour Academy, you don't just teach tour players.
Right.
Do you have something for the moms?
It's only fitting. Happy Mother's Day out there to everybody. And, of course, my mom back in the West Coast there in the state of Idaho, I'm sure is out teeing it up today before the final round. But here's a couple tips for you moms out there. And, of course, the driver is always the funnest club to hit. And always a tip to get more power is certainly one that can help all of you women out there. And here's 2 things I want you to think about. When you hit your driver, the first thing is when you set up to the golf ball, I want you to make sure that you take your upper body and you get it tilted behind the golf ball like this. My whole spine tilts a little to my right, and then you'll notice my hips move a little bit to the left. Now this is going to get my head more behind it, and it's going to help me square up my shoulders back here well to the right of the ball. This is going to really help me stay behind and catch it level. Very common error with women is we get a little bit this way, where the hips slide to the right, and then the spine kind of leads and gravitates towards that forward ball position, and that can get us hitting too much down on it, which will rob you of power. So good tilt at address like this. Now the second thing is learn to differentiate between your upper and your lower body on the downswing. And what I mean by that, very common from the top, our shoulders and hips turn together. Now men can get away with that a little bit more because we can overpower it a little bit more with our upper body. Not a good thing, but we can still manufacture some speed. For women, we need to make sure that our hips shift and then we stabilize with our shoulders. So instead of everything going, my lower body shifts, good stability in the shoulders, and then from there I can really turn and propel it. So if you can do that at address and differentiate a little bit more on the downswing, you can maximize your power, and who doesn't want a little more distance on Mother's Day with the driver?
That makes perfect sense. Now, what about the ladies hitting their approach shots? You see some hybrids, some fairway woods when you play in the ladies group. Pretty good with the short irons when they get the chance.
Yeah, I mean, the hybrids are a great club, not only for women, but for men as well. I mean, it just increases the launch angle for those that struggle with club head speed. It's going to help us launch it higher and down softer. And as you get into those hybrids in the fairway wood, it's very similar to the driver in that I want to get tilted behind it. I want to make a good turn and have that same type of differentiation. The difference, though, is the club head with the driver is going to stay off the ground, so the attack angle is more level. But when you get to those fairway woods and those hybrids, there needs to be a little bit more of a brush. So there is a little bit more down. You know, I can set up to it the same way. I can take the same type of swing, but I want the club head to come in and bump the ground a little bit, where with the driver, it's more level to slightly on the way up. So a lot of similarities, but a little difference in the attack angle at impact.
Stick around and watch some golf with us?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Travis Fulton, Tour Academy, my friend Travis. While that was going on, Chad Campbell playing his third.
And a little bit more green to work with for the players coming from the drop zone today than in previous hole locations. Chad judging that just to perfection. Been playing right at about 96 yards from the drop zone today. 74, 75 to that front hole location. So just about 20 yards further back is that hole today on the angle.
There you go.
Yeah, I just got some skin from Jason Boone. Yeah.
That's all it takes.
Yep, absolutely. Can attest to that, giving some kids a high five, throwing them a ball here and there, just acknowledging that they're there out there supporting you. It's the least we can do as PGA Tour players to our fan base, and a number of the players out on tour, and in actual fact the most, do it very, very well.
This is for birdie.
A great view of just how quickly that ball releases beyond the hole. Only just crept over the top of that ridge, and there's no stopping it from there. Gravity takes over.
New putter here recently for Jason. That's the same style putter that Adam Scott used to win the Masters, the same head. It's hard to tap down a ball mark with it. Adam, of course, using the longer version.
It's pretty easy to mash potatoes with it, though.
At the Masters, they didn't even have a head cover yet for it. It was the word that was circulating around.
Mm.
Of course, with Adam Scott's, it was sitting above everything else in the bag. Didn't need a head cover.
It's pretty interesting, though, when a manufacturer brings out a style of putter, some player has success, how in the weeks ensuing, a number of the players go, oh, what's that style there? He had a bit of success with it. Give me a go. And I mean, even all the way back to when Jack used that big oversized putter to win the '86 Masters. There was even a few players that attempted to use that thing. It looked more like a mallet than a putter.
Caddy would ask for a few more bucks carry that thing around for a full week. Back at 13, Jason Day just barely on the back of the green here.
We've seen this putt from Weekly in the group ahead. Set it out about 6 inches left of the hole. Goes pretty straight on down there. Nice putt, just didn't get it started left enough.
Back at 17 now. Chad Campbell for his bogey. All right, so Chad drops a shot there. 1 under for the week. Tied for 51st. He's picked up 10 spots on the leaderboard today. 176th in FedEx Cup points, projected to move up to 169th. Got to get inside that top 125. Back to 13, Hoffman.
He's on a pretty good line, just stays left though. It's fooling the number of the players coming from that back of the green. It just does not break as aggressively as coming from underneath the hole. That's a product of the grain going a little bit more back towards the tee. When you're coming down grain, the ball does not break as much as when you're coming into the grain. It gets sucked up into that grain and breaks quite a little bit more.
Travis, what is the one most important thing if we ever get a chance to play this hole as amateurs? What do we need to remember about 17?
Aim at the center of the green, especially where that flag is today. You know, just aim right at the middle. Keep your yardage to there, and you know, if you hit a good shot at the middle, 2-putt and move on. If the ball happens to cut a little, then great. If you pull it a little, there's still a little room over there, and if you don't catch it all and you get it to the front of the green, at least you're dry. I think flag hunting here is not a good idea for the amateur player, and certainly one that gets into the minds of even the best players in the world here. You know, taking it a little left, maybe trying to move it just a little to the right. If it cuts, great. If it doesn't, then you 2-putt and move on.
Here's James Hahn.
8-iron. This starts out to the left, but it's cutting on a pretty nice line. Looks to be a little deep. That's short. We just hammered it. Wow.
And there's a bunker there. That'll be dry for now. Not sure if it's all the way down in the bunker or not.
It is dry. I'm not quite sure from my vantage point if it got down into the bunker, but it's pretty close to that edge. But it is dry, Brian.
There it is. There's bunker cam. That's in the same spot there, Phil, that Brian Davis was in.
It does look to be just a little bit more towards the base of the bunker, not quite as much up against the back lip, but good work there from Brian Davis's caddy. Nice rake job. He should have a pretty good lie. And courtesy of someone being in there before him and raking it, it will be a little bit softer lie than that wet, compacted sand.
Now, Sung, you'll know.
He can hit it pretty long. He's hitting a 9-iron here, and I think he just needs to hit just about all of it. That was a pretty hard swing, and he's turned it over to the left.
He does hold the back of the green, but he has flown that within 3 or 4 paces of the back of the green, and I'm suspecting that we will find a player later on today, Brian, that does hit that double cross and may well bring the back edge into play.
Well, the last guy in that bunker had a rough time with it. We'll see what happens here with round 2 when we come back. All right, round 2 in this bunker. Round 1 went to the bunker, as Brian Davis had a firm lie right up against the lip, bladed it. Well, it didn't blade it, but it went in the water. Let's see how James Hahn does.
You can see there, he's struggling with just getting his stance. Got to have, most importantly here, is to get your shoulder angle on the same angle as the lie of the ground, or the lie of the sand in this case. Try and get that left shoulder a little bit shallower, a little bit further down towards your front foot. Gets that club steeper on the backswing. He's out. Sounds like a very amateur call. You're out. But not quite as well executed as James Hahn would have been hoping for. Yeah, for those of those people at home, sorry, Brian, most important when you've got a downhill lie in the bunker is, or a downhill lie on the fairway, is to ensure that you get your lead shoulder and your shoulder angle on the same level as the ground that you're playing off. A lot of people continue to have their same shoulder angle, and that's when they hit behind the ball or they catch the ball thin. They get their shoulder angle on the same level as the downhill lie of which they're playing off, more likely to get cleaner contact on the ball. And in the bunker, you get that contact in that same spot right behind the ball where you need it to.
Travis, that bunker can offer quite a challenge there because of its small size.
Yeah, absolutely, and totally agree with all that. The downhill lie, and loft's the kind of the premium there. You got to get enough loft exposed to the face in addition to getting the shoulders on that angle. And I oftentimes, better players will encourage them to maybe weaken the grip a little bit more there, give more face rotation and create more loft, allowing you to kind of offset that downhill lie situation.
Sung, you'll know, birdie putt here.
Just needs to get it to that spot right there and it'll feed all the way down to the hole. Looks like it's nearly come to a standstill, but trust me folks, it will still feed on down there. Well judged there from the young Korean.
All right, we'll go over to another of the young Koreans in the same spot at 13 where Graham Dillette pitched it in. This is Sang Moon Bae.
Well, we're seeing a number of players go long here, Brian. Obviously short and left is not the spot. You can see what's down in that location. Not too terribly difficult from the back of the screen. Plenty to work with and pretty straight chip and pitch once it gets onto the putting surface. Well judged there from Bae.
Sung, you'll know, made his par here at 17, so now James Hahn, who was born in Seoul, South Korea, has this for his par.
Now lives in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex area.
We have found the young male Korean golf stars. We wondered how the female invasion on the LPGA Tour, if that would translate to the men's game, and here they come. Here's Sang Moon Bae now for his par. A number of great young stars from South Korea. KJ Choi and Y.E. Yang leading the charge. Yang, a major champion. And here he is. KJ, we were just mentioning him on the tee at 17.
With a 9-iron. Just out to the left, smart, safe play. Get down a little.
Well, not quite as safe, and he outsmarted the wind. Well, the wind outsmarted him, excuse me, and he's gone long. And I did call it, Brian, just a couple of players before, that the wind that players feel down on the tee is nowhere near what the wind that they're seeing up at the top of the treetops beyond the green and the flags on top of the chalets. And it's just a matter of getting the right time to hit the ball and fighting the ball on the right trajectory.
That the shot of Ricky Barnes, and that wind, it's hammered that one. I'll tell you what, guys, what happened for KJ, the wind shifted and it came more out of the left. When Ricky hit, the wind was completely straight across on the green. He turned that up against that breeze, and that's why it got knocked down. KJ just didn't have that forceful wind in his face. It was more of a cross breeze, and with that cut, it rode it, and that's why it ended up going long.
Now you see we are creeping up on the list. We won't get to the carnage of 07 with 93 balls in the water, but KJ, the 35th victim, 5th of the day. That doesn't include 2 balls that were thrown, or actually 3 balls that have been thrown in the water over the week. Most of them just tossed.
And we've had one player decide to re-tee today. This is one of the things that we've had ongoing throughout the week, the different hole locations. The decision whether to re-tee, which is one of your options with a water hazard, of course, or go to the designated drop zone. There's over here on the left-hand side. And today's hole location sets up perfectly for the drop zone. You're coming straight up the axis of the green from the left. Today playing at right around 96, 95, 96 yards. But if they'd have
85 shot, huh? Yeah, it's 87 pin. It's playing perfect one of those.
you can see the discussion there.
Yeah, just go by the water, it's hurting.
And
85 shot. Yeah. Okay.
you can see the conversation that was going on there, just trying to figure out what's the yardage that they want to land the ball, and then what's it playing with the wind that is always the factor. They can't fly the ball all the way to the hole. Landed on top of that ridge, the high point, the axis just left of the bunker. I want an 85-yard shot. Right there.
Oh, it stopped
don't
too soon.
stop, don't hold up.
Didn't think you could do that.
Oh,
KJ
my
will
goodness.
putt for bogey. Another poor break here at 17. All right, some tough goings here at 17. KJ's got a bogey putt coming up, and this is Ricky Barnes' long putt for birdie.
And this is the sort of line here that he's going to be taking. He's got to get off that shoulder. And it's not going to come down with as much speed as he needed. I'm going to leave him a good 10 to 12 feet short and right.
Travis, these guys are out of position now. I don't know what tip you have to help us out with that, but that happens to me a lot. I know that feeling.
Last ball's in the water. And it's easy to do. You know, through here you get 17. You can get one in the water. Start overthinking it a little bit. Routine gets a little longer than normal.
Here's KJ. Now this would be for a whale of a bogey. Unlucky on the tee shot. Unlucky on the shot from the drop area.
KJ currently 3 under for the tournament. Still giving it his all. And this one here tracking on a really good line. Oh my goodness. Would that be unlucky again?
I think so. I mean, it sure did look like that just traced the left edge of the cup.
He never hit a bad shot and gonna walk off with a double bogey. Probably, you know, a little further left than he wanted off the tee, but hit it solid. Just man didn't hold it up in the water. Good second. A little more spin than usual down the hill. Held up there. And a great putt that doesn't continue to turn. So
great composure too. I mean, isn't it a bad shot? Can walk off with the double. Acknowledges the crowd. True professional is KJ Choi. Ricky, on the other hand, pretty frustrated. He's 4 over now, 5 over on his round today. 5 over for the tournament, just 1 hole to play. He's ready to get out of here.
On the tee at the 13th, here's Tim Herron playing along with Luke Donald, who has already hit.
Go.
Oh,
yes.
Wow.
Tracking.
Knocked it inside of Donald, who had hit a great shot in there. And Tim Herron, mere inches away at 13. Let's go back to 17. Michael Thompson now.
Michael's currently sitting at even par for the tournament. Does prefer that left to right ball flight. Is kind of leaning like it might be moving a little more than he wants. Ooh, aggressively going in there.
Well,
looking good now.
It sure did look like he had moved to the right side of the tee, and then he was aiming at the center of the green, and he was doing everything right. It winds up between the flagstick and the edge.
Trust me, those are some anxious moments when that ball was in the air. Seeing it a little right of the flag from the player's perspective down on that tee, it's not a good feeling.
And then Travis, it's playing 135 straight yardage today. Chucky and his caddy Henry talking. They want to play a 140 shot. You can see the held off follow through there for Charlie. 9-iron in hand. And a safe shot to the middle of the green. I should be hoping to get it to slide a little bit more to the right, but hey, as you pointed out, Travis, the prudent play, start the ball in the middle of the green. If you can move it towards the pin or let the wind do that for you, at least you're covered land the whole way.
All right, Tim Herron just went up and tapped it in at the 13th.
Which has got him to 6 under par for the tournament. Excuse me, 5 under par for the tournament.
Luke Donald has taken several looks at this. He's got his caddy, John McLaren, and his socks helping him look at it. Those are toned down for John McLaren.
No pink in this group.
No. Now, Donald ready to go.
Look left the whole way.
Some pink in the logo, maybe.
But to be fair, I don't know if I ever really want to see Tim here in a very light pink.
The ribbon is a good idea. They've got the ribbons. Clip those on. The sentiment is there. Charles Howell III with a long birdie putt here at 17.
And as a player's view, this is just a little left to right coming down the hill. I'd say maybe about a foot outside of the left edge at the most. Breaks right as it's going down the hill, but it is going down grain, so not quite as aggressively as Charles was hoping for. It's run a good 4 or 5 feet past.
You get the sense that this guy is getting ready to win an event. I get that sense.
Yeah, for as long as he's been out here now and the talent that he came to the tour with, he's one of those players that I'm surprised hasn't had more winning success.
Michael Thompson won earlier this year for the first time just down the coast at the Honda Classic. This for birdie.
What's your read, Travis?
Center of the cup. Oh, just turned a little right. Inside left.
Don't give up your day job, Travis.
Hey,
I didn't have a very good angle from here. could read the green.
That's my friend Travis over there. He had an official title. But
How many times you played at the stadium course?
Played it probably 7, 8 times.
Low score? What's your low score?
71.
And you earn every single 71
And
of
I
those
doubled the
shots
last,
out there too. Yeah.
for the record. You got to count them
Really?
all, I know.
Wow.
Which
3
was
under.
9. We started on the back 9.
You doubled 9?
I doubled 9. I went for it in 2 and got caught up on the right there in the moguls and side hill lie. You know, I couldn't get out.
Right. Plus you're 3 under. You're
Yeah,
going to birdie 9. You're going to make it a 4 under.
Yeah. Plus
Except
I'm
that's not what happened.
You know, 2 handicap.
That's a really good score. If you post that 71, you're not a 2 handicap for very long. You might not be a 2 handicap ever again.
71, I was happy with it. Had 72, which I'm pleased with that as well. But, you know, I've had 77 and, you know, 80. Oh, we'll just stop there.
Charles with 2 top 3s this year. His first 2 events of the year. 5 top 10s. And the pants of Graham Dillette.
They look very, very similar to the ones that you had on yesterday.
Yeah, I slept in them. They're my pajamas. I've now officially spent too
Graham
much
now?
time with Phil Tatarangi for the week.
Graham now. It's a good solid 9-iron on a really good line here, just left of the hole.
Great shot. Fantastic. The only thing that didn't happen there, it didn't jump forward, otherwise we might have been looking at that coming close to an ace. That is exactly the spot you want to land it on. Slightly firmer bounce and it will release down to the hole.
The scoreboard standard bearer there tells the story. Dillette has gone one direction today and John Huh has gone the other. 5 over today and 4 over for the week. See, he's got the ribbon. No pink in the outfit. Just go with the ribbon on top of the hat. And that's it. That's all you need.
And he's also, besides the ribbon, he's got a 9-iron. That's his choice. This flighted down low, right towards the center of the green, a little left of the bunker.
It's dry.
It was wiggling back a little bit towards the front, but you're right. It's not going to get wet.
That's the line we talked about. You got to aim at the center of the green. Miss hit it. Say, you take that line further to the right. Now you're in the bunker, or you're wet.
Let's go back to 13. Harris English has knocked it in here close. This is for birdie.
Inside the right.
Wow.
There's 2 putts we've seen this there. It might be breaking a little more than.
Well, Luke Donald took a good hard look at it. Couldn't figure it out either. We're back with more right after this.
We're a real tight-knit family. Mom came to every game and every sport that I played in. But from what I understand, she was a tomboy growing up. She liked to play sports and loved baseball growing up. Her dad took her to baseball games. That was instilled in me early, that the love of sports, the love of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and always being around sports my whole life because Mom loved it so much. I think that had a lot to do with my love of all sports and love of the game.
When he was 8 years old, he wanted to play football, but he wasn't quite old enough, so he just wanted to be on a team. So he just learned how to swim that summer, and so we took him to the Y and he made a swim team. Then he played the other sports. The first thing he gave up was football because it was the same season. Then he gave up baseball. He decided that golf was going to be it.
Golf was not a cool sport when I was in high school, and I still had a little bit of a chip on my shoulder about taking my golf clubs to school before I could drive a car and leave them in the trunk of my car all day. I was not carrying a set of clubs down the hallway with 1,000 kids in the school, so Mom would drive me to school early. I would get my clubs in the coach's locker, wait till the hallway's cleared, and then I'd go in his locker and I'd walk out and get to the coach's car so he could drive us to practice.
When he could drive, he was picking up the younger kids on the way to school that were on the golf team.
They wanted to hide their clubs too.
When he's not playing well, you feel so bad. As you're watching, it's ups and downs, like he'll do really well on a hole and then he'll bogey and you feel really bad.
Yeah, I think it's just a helpless feeling not being able to help. There's a lot of kids that have the dream to play the PGA Tour, and I could just say that I got a lot of great guidance along the way. I think that a lot of love, a lot of support. I think the idea is that you always want to do better for your kids than what you had, and it's going to be very, very tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough, a tough act to follow.
Oh, thanks.
There you go. We're going to get Mrs. Tatarangi on the phone. Here's John Huff for birdie.
No, you're not.
Middle of the night?
6 in the morning.
Well, we're here all day.
Back to the golf.
It's going to cost us
John
$17 to make that phone call. We're going to do it. That's a pretty good 3 for John Huff.
Yeah, really good putt. Lag putt from distance, coming up and over that shoulder.
You put Furyk on the slot receiver, he wasn't a fullback.
No, I was thinking
certainly play on the offensive line.
I was thinking receiver, maybe
slot
tight end.
receiver,
Yeah.
Kind of let him go. He's a smart guy. He's a grinder. Let him read the defense, find the soft holes in the zone defense, and that's where I see him.
I agree. It's a little wiry.
Yeah.
But not afraid to throw a block.
Yeah, exactly. Hines Ward kind of guy.
Yeah. Good call. Maybe even they say Hines is a little dirty. Maybe even a little dirty.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
Getting in there, mixing it up a bit.
He played the whole game. It's like Hines Ward, Super Bowl MVP. Of course, they stole one from my Seahawks, but that's another story. Well, that's for another day.
Yeah,
we'll go there.
There you go, and she is pumped. She went a long way for that golf ball. Now, honey, who gave you that ball? The guy in the pajamas.
The guy wearing Brian Catrick's pants. This man here, Jimmy Walker, hottest player on the course right now. Can confirm that Walker is 7 under par on his round today. Gets him to 8 under par for the tournament.
Now, that's only 3 back. We got a little something going on here early.
Got to remember the lead after the first 18 holes here was at 9 under par. 11 under after day 2, 11 under once the third round was completed this morning.
There's the blimp up there. Beautiful sunny skies. We hope those conditions continue to hold, but if they don't, and Walker could post 9, maybe even 10, it's a long wait. The leaders won't even have gone yet.
I don't think he heads straight to the airport.
I agree. What's the weirdest situation you ever had with one of those scenarios, Phil? Do you ever put a number up and have to make a decision either for a tournament or for a cut line?
Yeah, well, I've been guilty of shooting a 76, 77 in the first round, booking a flight out on Friday night and shooting 64 the next day at the John Deere to hang around for the weekend. I'd happily changed my flight and did hang around and played Saturday, Sunday. But in fact, when I won in Vegas, I shot 62 in the last round and was about 5 or 6 groups ahead of the final group. And so spent a little bit of time just waiting around until the leaders came to the final hole. Jimmy Walker got this on the way, Dennis.
Oh my goodness, he had 9-iron hit wedge and turned into the breeze and touch them all. That's amazing how far that went.
Well, now he can leave.
And all of those possible scenarios we were just setting him up for. That is so disheartening. He had a nice shot, got fooled by the breeze, and he's gone 5, 6, 7 yards too far.
Bogey free and now wet at 17. Here's Boo.
Boo's shot, that's also with a wedge.
And Weekley's at 1 over. Jimmy Walker not done yet. He can bogey this hole still. Can get it up and down from the drop area. Still birdie 18 and get right back where he is. Just 3 out of the lead. Our final group of the day. 2:38, about 30 minutes from now. It's already been a big day for Spain. Sergio Garcia, one of the co-leaders. See, Rafael Nadal won the Madrid Open. Fernando Alonso with teammate Felipe Massa puts one on the board for Ferrari at the Spanish Grand Prix. Can Sergio Garcia win outside of the country later today? That would be a record or something.
That would be a trifecta for Spain right there. There'd be all sorts of partying going on in the streets.
A couple of years ago, Paul Lawrie won the won on the European Tour, and Martin Laird won at Bay Hill. How about both of those wins coming in Spain? Didn't realize that the Formula One race was the Spanish Grand Prix.
Well, Sergio alluded to that after he completed his third round this morning. What was he going to do between finishing up and his tea time this afternoon? Go back and watch the Grand Prix. Go and watch the Formula One in his hotel room. See if that provides him with just that little bit of extra motivation as he tees off in about 30 minutes or so.
Walker showing us that a great round can be had out there. This is his third. And he's got work cut out for his 4. Back over at 13. William McGirt has already played his tee shot, and Kevin Chappell is next.
Kevin coming off a disappointing 78 yesterday.
Wow.
He's landed it right there in about the right spot. That will just gather all the way down towards the hole. Lovely shot.
Chappell with a good one. Tough putt to read, but a good spot to be in one.
How about you, Philly? How have you fared at the stadium?
Yeah, it's taken me some time to quite figure it out. In my last competitive round there, I shot 71 and felt I played a lot better than that. But that's when I said to you, you earn every single shot at the stadium course. If you miss a shot, I mean, Toga has alluded to this in his opening 3 rounds. He's just managed to dodge the major trouble and miss his shots in the right spots. And it just seems that if you miss a shot, the right-hander, if he just comes out of one, finishes short right 95% of the time, there's something there to grab you. And if the left-hander comes out of one, there's always something in the front left. There just seems to always be something somewhere that penalises you at least half a shot, if not way more than that. And as you see here at 17, and that's why I say it's the best man-made golf course. Of course it's man-made. There's no features around this golf course that are familiar with the Florida swamp landscape. And when Pete Dye came in here 31, 32 years ago, or that was when the golf course was complete, that was 33, 34 years ago, to build this golf course, they really did create all the landforms, and of course especially made stadium seating around all of these holes for the fans to watch in the corporate boxes. But the actual golf features that are on this golf course, the bunkering, the slopes that are in the greens, the angles of which you come from, are all just in the right spot to reward the good shots, but also to challenge those that want to bite off a bit more than they should.
We saw it there on the from the drop area on 17. Even though you're coming in at the right angle, that little mound there, it's got to come in the right distance, the right trajectory to get over that mound and then trickle down the hill. And you can see how quick it is. And of course, great putt there. Boo.
Gets Boo back to even par for the tournament.
But if you hit it in there too hot, gets over that mound, now it's going to go past the hole and maybe in the water. And then you see one there just get hung up on top there by Walker, and now he's got a difficult 2-putt down the hill. You just cannot put your guard down. It takes excellent concentration, and as you said, you got to miss it in the right spots. Just so many great little things about this place.
Incredibly thoughtful golf course, well designed. It's not everyone's cup of tea.
No.
I know a lot of players have over the years expressed their disgruntledness with the way that the golf course sets up. It just doesn't suit everyone's eye. But as far as a man-made golf course, a strategic golf course, requires, again, we're saying 7,200 yards, not the longest golf course on tour by any stretch, but it does require a real variety of stroke making to succeed out here.
Walker for his bogey, and it all comes apart here on 17.
We see all kinds of players at the Tour Academy there at Sawgrass, and we get a lot of really good players coming in, and we'll go out there with them, and and they'll get around from time to time fairly well, but they'll shoot the big number too. Maybe higher than they've ever shot before or for a long time in their career, and you have to talk them down a little bit. Okay, it happens to the best of them, and we'll live the fight another day. But it just has that kind of effect on people where it can really knock your confidence down.
Well, it's incredibly penal, and this man on screen is a great example of that. The first 16 holes of the day played out of his skin, 7 under for the day, and he comes here to 17, 135 yards, pitching wedge in hand. PGA Tour players just don't miss a green with a pitching wedge. He misses a green here. Thanks for coming.
Back to 13. Chappell now for his birdie.
See if he can play enough break. These guys are not seeing enough there.
Another misread at 13.
I feel like this is going to be a pivotal hole today. 13. It's 10, 11, 12. Get your birdie. 14, tough. 15, tough. 13's kind of that. Sits in between there. You can you got to get your 3 and move on here. 2 can be had, as you can see, down the hill. Can't make a far. I'm saying 13 is pivotal hole today down the stretch with the leaders.
Well, I hope you're right. We'll be there all day. And here all day also, as we flash back to 17 and Charlie Hoffman next.
He was about set to go, Brian, and backed off again. He's elected to go to the right side of the tee. This is as far as right as anybody has hit a tee shot all day long. This out to the left, trying to ride that breeze, and it's standing up a little bit in that breeze.
And he too will find that bottom portion of the green, the front portion where the pin has been in the first and third rounds, where it was yesterday. Jason Day now, Dennis, looking very dapper in his pink.
He is, with the white pants, as you stated. That shirt's got a lot of style to it. He's always had a lot of style in everything he wears. He's got a wedge in his hand here. Charlie hit a 9-iron, kind of tried to throw it up into the wind a little bit, but this is a wedge, and Jason probably hits his irons about as long as anybody on the PGA Tour. So if he keeps this down, the wind right now is laying down. If anything, it's more out of the left right now. This flighted down to the left, but it's cutting. He's got a chance to catch that ridge. It's pretty good.
Very good, just 15 feet or so too far. A birdie putt for Jason Day. 4 under already. The final groups will be getting out on the golf course shortly here in the final round of the Players.
Dogs on 3. 1, 2, 3, dogs!
The goal for every team is a championship.
We know we can win. We have won before. We're just peaking at the right time.
This is how they get there.
A team is built by its adversity and its struggle together.
Go behind the scenes with the University of Washington men's golf team as they compete for an NCAA championship. Exclusively on the PGA Tour's YouTube channel.
That is coming up in the next few weeks on the PGA Tour's YouTube channel. Chris Williams, the #1 amateur in the nation on that team. Here's Charlie Hoffman now as we welcome Will Haskett back to the show. This is for birdie.
Watch this here, just up and over, and that was carrying a little too much speed, I believe. Look out.
Oh, hole almost got in the way.
There. I think it was moving a little quick. Good speed there. Anytime get within 4.5 feet from the bottom of 17 to the back right. It's an excellent putt.
It's interesting how the wind is going to impact the close. Already a 17 playing a third of a stroke harder today than it has through 3 rounds this week at 3.3, and it and 18, 1 and 2 as the most difficult holes so far. Obviously early in this round with a few finishing, but par 3s providing a test. We've got 13 today. Par 3s, all 4 of them. 4 of the top 7 most difficult holes on the golf course today.
6 balls in the water already at the 17th. That's as many as there were yesterday. Jason Day 3 under for his round. The lone bogey back at the 15th. Chance to add another birdie here.
Great shot back in there from the tee. You can probably sell this tee shot to a number of the guys coming in later this afternoon.
Just drips across the front edge. Jason Day had a good week at the Masters again. It was kind of a flashback week at the Masters. Everything made sense. Finished 3rd alone. But he was 2 shots, or just 1 shot out of the playoff. Countryman Adam Scott and Angel Cabrera, a former winner. Another former Masters champion, Zach Johnson, back on the tee at 13.
5 birdies, just 1 bogey today for Zach after that disappointing 76 yesterday.
Oh! And Zach, who plays a draw, overdrew it there, Travis.
Yep. Yeah, Zach's he's a shut-faced player. I mean by that he gets the face closed at the top. So he's got to fight it off, and sometimes club face wins, and that time shut down at impact and hold it left. Good 2-putt there by Charlie at the bottom. Get your 3 and move on at 17. That's the could be a good score later on today.
So Zach moves up to the front of the tee to the drop area here at 13. This one, a hole playing 170 yards today. This area distance from the drop area only 126. These are the tees that we should be playing, Travis.
Yeah.
And too much club.
Yeah.
Oh my. Oh, that's not a lock cinch up and down either.
Still not an easy shot from there. You know, you're just close enough where you got to nip it good to spin it.
Yeah, he might putt that.
Yeah. So you got to hit a really quality shot there from the drop area to spin it and then let it go back down that hill.
Mm-hmm. Now let's go back over to 17, Sangmoon Bay and Chris Kirk. This is Kirk.
Smooth ball swing. Right there. Gonna take the slope, but it's gonna get hung up there. Very smooth swing. A guy looks like he's not creating a whole lot of movement and energy, but yet the ball goes forever, hits at a good clip. Good Good shot there. Should have been better there. A little hop forward. That could have went down there very close.
Yeah, it didn't need much, did it? Now, Sangmoon Bae. 103rd in FedEx Cup points.
Looking for sort of a jump start this year. This could be it with the round today. Missed with Drew back at San Antonio, but had missed the weekend in 2 of his last 3 events.
It's a great golf swing right here. And you look at this swing on video and you study all the geometry and the biomechanics and all the things that go into a great golf swing. You'd have to look really hard to find something that maybe you didn't like here in this move. There are a lot of really good things.
How about this shot right at it? A lot of things to like in the swing and a lot of things to like about that shot. Sangmoon Bae. Featured in the new Golf Boys song. Stuffs it in there for birdie at the 17th. Graham Dillette just finished up, and he's standing by with Amanda Balionis.
Thanks, guys. Well, Graham, 3 under on the day. Actually, your best round in 2 starts here, so how'd it feel good?
Yeah, it did. I mean, I kind of shot myself a little bit out of it yesterday, so it was nice to finish the Sunday like this. And, happy Mother's Day if you're watching, Mom, but especially to do it on Mother's Day.
There were a lot of frustrating rounds out there in round 3. Obviously, the weather was a little bit crazy. Winds kept changing directions. Is it hard to bounce back from a disappointing round like that?
A little bit. Like this is a big tournament. It means a lot to everyone, but at the same time, it's what we do for a living. So I guess you just got to go out the next day and just try to do your best. And, I left a few out there today, but it was a nice round.
You said you're spending your Mother's Day, like many of the players, traveling. Next up, you head to the HP Byron Nelson Championship. What are you expecting out of your game after seeing where you're at now?
Yeah, it was just kind of a little bit off, it seemed like all week, but I was hitting it solid, just kind of not in the right direction. So, a couple of days of practice in Dallas, and hopefully we can get it going.
All right, now I have to ask one fashion question. A lot of people have been commenting on it. Your pants are getting crazier and crazier, it seems like, throughout this season. Is this something you choose, or is something the sponsor's saying, just wear this?
Well, no, I got a great sponsor, Sligo Wear. They're out of Canada, and they got some edgy stuff for sure, but, I had a lot of compliments out there today, so hopefully I'm wearing them well.
I'm digging it. We like it. All right, thank you so much for joining us. Back to you guys.
Well, if Amanda's digging it, you're doing something right.
What's not to like about those pants? I'd wear them. What's not to like about that scorecard either today? Just the bogey at 6. Back 9 has played easier this week, but just a hair. And that is solid golfing coming in.
Yeah, life is good when you can, you get up and you put those pants on and go to work. Life is good.
He puts his pants on one leg at a time. Yeah. Just his pants are uglier than others. Here's now the 4th shot of Zach Johnson. And that's not done.
Zach making a mess of this hole. Just every hole at TPC Sawgrass, this is what can happen right here. You can quickly make a double bogey, and we're probably going to see it later on today with the leaders. At some point, you're going to see maybe the 2-shot swing, maybe a 3-shot swing, and everything just changes.
He's already the 5th tee shot in the water off of that tee, so it's now 5-5, the tie between 13 and 70. Does that surprise you at all?
We just had a 6th go in at 17.
6 in the water at 17.
Yeah. But does it surprise you that we get the same number, basically, in the water at both of these holes?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Obviously there's much more water at 17. But, at 13, from the sight line there off the tee, there's a lot of room clearly to the right. Good putt there. A lot of room there to the right on 13, guys. Maybe taking a little tighter line than they would like there, and in Zach's case, just a slight pull, and you get the ball in the water there on the left-hand side.
James Driscoll 2 under today now, 5 under for the week. Brian Davis was in the bunker, Will, and hit the bunker shot into the water.
Right. So 6 total balls in the water, but 5 tee shots.
Yeah.
So same off the tee. That's what I was going for.
Right. Well, and it's just the way they count it, because had Zach hit the wedge into the water, that wouldn't have counted as a tee shot either. But that was an option.
Yeah.
Now this is for a 5. Oh my goodness, it's going to be a triple for Zach, and another round comes apart.
Well, and how uncharacteristic were all of those swings? I mean, just the full tug, then the putter problems. That you won't see that happen twice in one round for that man.
Kirk at 17 for birdie.
Just barely touched that ball to get it started down the slope. Quite high enough. Cleaning up for his 3. You played this course enough, at some point you will experience what Zach Johnson just experienced. It's going to happen. And it happens to the best of them. We've seen it time and time again, every year, different holes. 17, of course, is the highlight. You know, we get excited about this hole, but just about every hole out here, it can happen.
26-year-old Sang Moon Bae, a chance for birdie here at 17.
That's the closest we've seen anybody, just inside of 3 feet. So the mark is set, 2 feet 10 inches. Can anybody top that?
I think that they can. Angel Cabrera on the tee now at 13. Just like that, we see another one in the water. You see the other ball on the green. It belongs to Bubba Watson. A couple of Masters champions playing together. They don't have any island greens there. Cabrera wet at 13. Well, we saw the problems that Angel Cabrera had at 13. Bubba Watson, no such problems. This is for birdie. Back-to-back birdies for Bubba. 3 under now for the tournament.
During the break, Travis, we're talking about how you make double a lot in this golf course. How about Bubba today? 5 birdies, 2 doubles.
Yeah. It just seems like on this course, and I know we're wearing this out a little bit, but you know, you get the double, but then your playing partner makes birdie. It just seems like there's more of those scenarios at this tournament than any others. You know, guy makes birdie, this guy makes double. Down, you know, next hole, double, birdie. 3, lots of swings on this golf course and in this tournament, more than it seems any other.
Now Cabrera went to the drop area and played to here. This is for bogey. That's a quality 4. Angel at 43 years old, already a 2-time major champion. Here's a man that has been the #1 player in the world, has not won that major yet. That got brought up a lot while he was #1 in the world, and I think Luke is one of those players that was happy to have that conversation behind him. Tim Herron's going to be first in this group. The wind freshening.
It's been a turnaround week for Tim. 187th coming into this event in greens and regulation. 57% of the year. He's hit 2 out of 3, 69% on the week. Going about it today, even better. It's just 4 greens in today's round.
The number today is 135 yards. But that's what this hole does to players. You just got to think about it a little bit more.
Yeah, that ball's in the air 5 seconds ago on any other stock wedge 9-iron.
Herron's made 2 bogeys on par 5s today. And a very good shot here at 17.
Great shot there.
Down into the flat.
There's Luke, good golf swing here. You know, a guy that when you look at his mechanics, beautiful use of the swing plane. He gets a little bit off the ball. Time to time, his body gets a little too side to side. I think that leads to some of his driving problems. When he stays centered over it, like that one, that must be left. I think that's what happens too. He gets a little side to side, to the right, back to the left with the upper body, and gets a little more face rotation than he wants at impact. And if he stays centered and he's really tight, he can get it going.
Well, no one's ever successfully defended a Players' Championship, and here's our defending champion, Matt Kuchar, over at 13. Might be a little too far back right now. 5 off the lead. And needs it to come off the sideboard. It's going to go the other way. Just stops up top. That wasn't too far from leaning to the right. Just a stroke outside the top 10. And here's Adam Scott playing along with him.
Both these guys really just did themselves in with their starts yesterday. Kuchar was 5 over through his first 5. Took Adam Scott 10 holes to make his first birdie. And we saw it at the top of the leaderboard yesterday. It's why we're still so stacked today. but neither one of them have been able to really get it going on the weekend.
Scott is 8th in greens in regulation this week.
He's about the center of the green. Just going to try to turn this down just a little, get the ball moving just a little right to left. Envision it hitting the center in the bank there and then trickling down to the hole. This should fit his eye pretty good, this shot here. I think he's looking around at the wind here, just trying to figure out what the wind's going to do. It's tricky. You see the lake's not moving all that much, but that wind is up there. The players know it.
Where you go?
And just needed a little more club. Maybe a half a club more for Adam Scott. But a birdie putt. A tough one coming up for Kuchar. We'll go back over to 17. Luke Donald trying to find the magic spot. Where on the ledge do you want this to come over the top there? Right about there, maybe?
Yeah, he's breaking this into really two separate putts. There's the first leg where the ball to the top of the hill, and then the second leg is from the top of the hill to the hole, and he's right at the top of the hill here, determining where really the ball needs to be at that point as it starts down the hill. So he'll read that and then basically read the first leg from where the ball is to the top of the hill. So really two sections to this putt. You got to get them both right, and oh, by the way, you got to hit it the right speed too, right? So you know, all this stuff has to go into this.
Yeah, good luck then, Luke. One of the best putters on tour, though. And the speed, a little bit much.
I only had one player 3-putt from up on high today. That was Charlie Wee, who came across the ridge. And Donald, who's only taken 3 strokes in a green once this week, even outside of where Wee left himself.
Well, it will be Tim Herron's turn next. Birdie's at 13 and 16. Remember, Herron hit it to inches at 13. He's up to 6 under par for the week. And he's just a stroke outside the top 10.
Hasn't had a top 25 finish all season, so he's picked a heck of a tournament to threaten and challenge a top 10, currently tied for 16th. 15 of 16 today, inside of 10 feet. This one 9 feet 9 inches.
Too much borrow.
I do think the lag putt up and over the hill here at 17 is easier than the other hole. Of course, we're at on 13. So I think 13 is a pivotal hole today for the leaders as they come through. Not an easy 2-putt when you get up on that knob up there. And of course, we've already seen as many balls in the water there on 13 as we have 17. 17 certainly more intimidating off the tee.
Now Donald trying to avoid the second 3-putt of the week. See a slight change in the grain right there.
This wants to win a little right. We saw it earlier. There. See, I know that now. This called me out on it earlier.
There you got it.
You know, I've been watching golf all day like he has.
Nobody likes that Tatarangi guy. Not even Jimmy Walker, who is standing by with Amanda Balionis.
Thanks, guys. Well, Jimmy, a disappointing part at the end of a fantastic round. Your caddy, Andy, said it best. He said nothing worse than hitting the shot you want than having the wind switch up on you and it doesn't work.
It did. I hit it just like I wanted to. It was just left of the flag. If it would have been the right distance, I think it would have carried him down next to the hole. But I get it switched right in my right mid-flight and just took off. And it two hopped into the lake.
Besides 17, this is the best round of the day. This is your best round here at the Players Championship. Can you kind of talk about what was working for you out there?
I played solid today. I hit a lot of really good iron shots, and the putter started to get hot and was really seeing the lines on the greens and made a lot of really good putts. A lot of 10-footers, 8-footers, 15-footers, and a lot of them were going in. And I had mojo on my side and kept it, and then it just kind of slipped away at the end.
Well, let's just ignore that 17 even happened, because your game seems tee to green to be on point, which is what you want, right, heading into the next couple stops on tour.
It is. I didn't quite have everything going this week, and I felt like I was hitting it well and just didn't get a lot of good breaks. Today I got a couple of good breaks and took advantage of them. So I like where everything's at. We worked hard this week and looking forward to Dallas.
Saw your wife Erin out here this week. Mother's Day plans today?
We're going to fly to Dallas and go get settled into our bus and enjoy a couple days off before next week. So I think we're going to grab some pizza for the flight and get out of here.
All right, sounds perfect. Well, thanks for joining us. Back to you guys.
Pizza sounds like a good idea. Well, Jimmy Walker had it all going his way until that double that he talked about with Amanda that we saw at the 17th. Still a very nice finish for Jimmy. In at 6 under par.
There you see his greens hit. That's a top 10 right now in this round, and that includes people who have only played one hole. I think that's going to get better and better as the day goes on. It's the best of anybody that has finished today, ball striking at a premium today, and Jimmy went out and showcased how to hit it today.
A couple sporty birdies there, 5 and 14. Not easy holes. Those are two great threes.
14 was the toughest hole on the golf course last year. 5 was the third toughest last year. Kuchar left the putt short down the slope here at 13. This for par.
You gotta throw this outside the right to make this putt. You guys have been inside right all day. There's one. Give the hole away down the hill. Cooch, he knows his way around here. He's got this place figured out. Defending champion.
6 under for the week. Adam Scott 2 putted for his par, and we'll go back over to 17. There's Harris English.
Think anybody showed up today and forgot about the pink, and they got to the range and just went, oh no, had to go buy something from the clubhouse? I don't think that's allowed though.
I think it's allowed.
I don't know if the sponsors would appreciate it.
Yeah, I think you're not going to buy that shirt with all the proper logoing. However, we have seen guys with just the pink ribbon on. So, yeah, I think there may have been some guys that didn't get the memo.
Yeah, I think so.
Go! Harris with a shot that might have flown in the hole on Thursday. He may have to put some English on that putt to get it close.
Yeah.
There were other options.
Here's Freddie. Here's our boy, Freddie. What part of the shirt is untucked this week?
Looks like he's got the tail untucked.
The tail? Okay. Yep.
Oh, boy.
Did the double cross. That might be wet. It's not. That might have been on the toe there. You completely mishit that.
That club hit a lot more of the ground than normal. But it's there. Jakobsen, not the purest of ball strikers out here. But a great scrambler.
Speaking of making sure we find the club face, remember yesterday with Webb Simpson?
right now I think I'm good though to hit mine. Are you okay?
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah, it was visited the hosel, didn't it, yesterday?
He did. He's hit all but one green today.
I heard some of that conversation there between Webb and his caddy. They feel good about the wind right now.
Bite. Somehow bite. Somehow spin.
He knew it.
Putting close.
He knew it, and now down into the collection area. We'll make it 4 players at 11 under. Ryan Palmer with a birdie at the second. Final group of the day on the course when we come back. We go back to the 17th, and Harris English has to come up one slope and then down another slope. He's in the flat area now. This barely reached the edge, and that's what it had to do. So that is well done for Harris English.
You know, we've talked many times on the telecast, Ryan, how underrated lag putting is. And, you know, these guys are great at everything, but it's amazing just how good they are with lag putting. You know, figuring out 40, 50, 60, 70 foot putts, up and over knobs, different breaks, you know, and just how efficient they are on a putt like that to get it down into. That's a big deal in saving strokes. For amateurs, it's probably the most under practice part of the game, and I would say the easiest opportunity for most amateurs to improve their scores.
Lingmerth makes a 13-footer at the first, and David Lingmerth leads alone at 12 under.
See if Team Sweden can make it quick birdies on the golf course.
Got away from Freddie. He's 3-putted twice this week. Back at 13, Webb Simpson using the putter from back there in the collection area, and this is very nice.
Example of
flag putting.
Flag putting.
How would you go about teaching someone to practice their lag putting?
Well, I think the first step is, you know, the one thing that these guys do very well, and just about every time, is they hit the center of the putter face. And when you're hitting the center of the putter face consistently, and that's going to determine the type of roll it's going to come off. So that's number one. But you know, I think they work on it. You know, these guys, I see these guys hitting a lot of lag putts, 30 feet, 50 feet, 70 feet, across the putting green. They work on it in practice rounds. You see them out there rolling putts all over the place. But for the amateur player, I'd take them through a series of things. First is have them alternate between uphill and downhill. So go 18 feet uphill, 18 feet downhill. Then go to 30 feet. 30 feet uphill, 30 feet downhill, 45 feet uphill, 45 feet downhill. And put about 3 foot behind the hole and try to get 2 in a row before you go on to the next one. So 18 foot uphill, 2 in a row just pass. 18 foot downhill, 2 in a row just pass. Then go to 30 feet.
Jerry Kelly across the tabletop and down the hill.
Hold on. Uncharacteristically rough putting week for Jerry Kelly. He is minus 3.6 in strokes gained putting in the field. Almost near the bottom. Somehow he's 4 under over his last 7 holes today.
Back-to-back birdies, though, for Kelly at 11 and 12.
You're going to go along with that. Really abnormal for him. Strokes gained putting. He's had 3 3-putts this week as well.
This hole on the edge of the property, Sawgrass Marriott, just across that pond there, across that canal. Wonderful vacation destination.
It is. Great spot. The 100th hole right across the pond there. There's some people out there watching this putt right there. Big 2 putt.
Kelly stays 2 under today, 6 under for the week. 6 behind David Lingmerth. And that's just outside the top 10. And Webb, after fantastic touch from behind the green, a little bit of work left for the 3. We'll let you know how that goes as the bug comes flying through. We've got John Senden live on the tee at 17, and Dennis Paulson is there.
BK, he's got a 9-iron. That's a lot of club, I think. The wind's pretty quiet right now. Still in the player's face, but it's definitely laid down considerably in the last 30 minutes or so. It's funny, on the left-hand side, hardly any movement whatsoever. But still, the American flag up on the right-hand side is blowing pretty hard, but it's real still down here at the tee box. John a little unsettled, but now this has got to be some sort of a hold-off 9-iron though. That's exactly what it was. Started in the middle of the green, trying to get it to cut. Not going to catch the ridge, I don't think. But it's got a chance with that little kick to the right. It's going to stay up, looks like.
Allows you to make a pretty solid full swing at it, you know, decently full. I mean, to me, it's all the way, David. Yeah. I just directly at his ball, really. If you want to go a foot left of that, even. Yeah. The wind may be moving a little right. I think it is. We got a good fit here. Yeah, I think it's a perfect fit. Yeah.
Well, you heard that. They want to aim right at John Sendon's golf ball. And, of course, the caddy, for safety, saying you can aim a foot left of that.
Definitely the club. No mistake. Yep.
Yeah, because if it goes that foot right, it might hit the boards maybe. It's not that bad. The wind, if you hit it solid, the wind's not really going to move the ball more than 6 to 10 feet. But any kind of a miss, it just gets ripped by the wind and falls to the right. This is also a 9-iron for David Hurd. It's a little over it and just a little left. Now cutting back to his ball.
Should have aimed at the hole. Aimed it right where he was looking. David Hearn is 5 under par. Webb Simpson did make the par putt there at 13. And for the moment, it's David trying to hold off the Goliaths. Lingmerth at 12 under. On the tee at 13, Ben Crane.
Aiming way right. Trying to play a big sweep and draw in there. I think he's left that out there.
Yeah, it's catching some of the slope. Oh, there you go.
Come on. All right, good shot.
He's vaulted himself onto the first page of the leaderboard, going out and bogey-free 31 on the front nine.
As we were going to break, Tiger Woods got it up and down for birdie at 12. So it's Tiger and birdie at 2. Tiger and Lingmerth at 12 under, tied for the lead. Palmer and Garcia, there you see it, at 11 under. Sergio still has that second hole to play. First par 5, good scoring opportunity. Here's John Senden for birdie at 17, aiming out to the right. Boy, that just keeps going. Senden, consummate journeyman. True professional out here. Good bag to have, Travis. That guy's going to make you a lot of checks.
Yeah, he's a good ball striker. You know, I think his putter is really oftentimes determines his fate, as it is with most players out here. But for him in particular, I think his putter is just great as an opportunity, probably to get a little more consistent.
David Hearn.
That's a pretty good gust of wind. You can see the back off there. Now the lake's starting to move as we get into the afternoon. The wind.
Uh-oh. That discussion about the ball possibly moving and whether he had addressed it or not. And did it move back? That is a significant amount of wind right there. And he wants an official. Yep, you could just see the body language when David Hearn stiffened up. It looked like he wanted an official. Now he's gone ahead and marked the ball, picked it up, and relined it back up. So not sure what happened there. They were concerned about the wind. Once you address the ball, you can't unaddress the ball, but as of right now, David Hearn hasn't addressed the ball yet.
You can see now the wind has died down. Hand's not moving.
Yeah.
It's barely trickling. There's a little gust there. Certainly not what it was when he addressed it the first time. Just one more thing to factor in here this afternoon for the leaders. A little more wind than they've seen over the last few days.
Boy, that hardly seems fair, trying to hit that one down the slope, down the wind, trying to get it off before the wind blows your ball again.
Well, it's tough to maintain your focus. You get over it, you've got your line, you're ready to go, and then you've got to regroup. Did the ball move? Didn't it? Did it or did it not? A little conversation there, remark. Now the wind's not blowing. You know, there's a lot to take in there.
All right, this is what happened the first time. You see, we saw David Hearn's routine. Not addressing the ball. The putter is not behind the ball yet, so that ball had not been addressed. No need to call for a rules official. If it moved forward, he just plays it from where it moved to. He clearly did not cause that ball to move. I'm glad we were able to get a second look at that. Now Senden for his par.
6.5 feet. Hasn't three-putted all weekend, but that'll be the first of rounds 3 and 4, his third of the week.
We go back to 13 now. Ben Crane for birdie.
Lead singer of Golf Boys. Borrowed a little too much break there.
Yeah, that's a great point you bring up. I wonder, is he the lead singer? Is he the front man? Is there a leader? Is one of them likely to break off into a solo project?
I think so. I think I would put Ben as the lead vocalist of that group.
Hearn now.
Has not three-putted. One of 15 players without a three-putt this week. Keeps that alive. I'm with you. I think Ben Crane could break off.
Yeah.
I'm worried about Ricky Fowler's motivation in the group moving forward.
Yeah.
They could be three-legged. It's like the old, remember Destiny's Child, where Beyonce started from? See? You got to go with girl groups now. It was 4, then it went to 3.
What's going on here?
A lot of lining up going on here. Here's the Beyonce of the group.
It's a very good analogy.
Well, you've already seen.
I'm sure it is.
You've got Bubba and Hunter now getting into acting with Ping and their commercials and all that.
McGirt on the tee at 17.
Good job.
I think Dennis Paulson is our T-Boz. Was she in Destiny's Child?
No. Was that T-Boz? Was that Salt and Pepper? No. TLC? You're from Atlanta. That's where TLC was from, wasn't it?
Dennis?
I'm not going there. Kevin Chappell now with a little knockdown 9-iron. This is flighted down. McGirt also hit 9-iron. That just carried. That got bumped by the breeze big time there. Much different, almost identical shot. Look at how much farther apart those two balls ended up. That's the difficulty here at 17.
T-Boz, left eye, and chili.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Well, how dare me? I asked you a question and you didn't want any part of it.
You can't vote in Georgia unless you know that. Now Roberto Castro, who now owns a share of the course record. This at 13. Oh, how about that bounce? Somebody, and not Roberto, emphatically calling for that ball to stop. Matt Every in the group.
Local guys, played the course many times.
It's only a matter of time.
Oh, no. You could hear him say it was only a matter of time. What does that tell you about that swing and what he's been fighting today?
Probably the little left there. Fighting off the left, and it shows his face here on 13. Not a good miss on the left side.
And Every will have to try a very similar shot again. Tiger and Lingberth leading.
Go back to final round coverage of the Players. Got the par 3s and the back 9 covered for you today at the 17th. Kevin Chappell wasn't happy with the 9-iron he hit down to here. This is a difficult double breaking putt. It's well judged. Phil Tatarengi back in. Will Haskett. Dennis Paulson's on the golf course. Brian Catrick's going to go listen to some 90s R&B. That's an excellent 2-putt for Kevin Chappell, although it will not be the weekend that he will care to remember. Now, 2 over par, 5 over today, 11 over on the weekend for a young man who had title aspirations when he teed off yesterday afternoon.
Well, he's logged a bit of experience now on this golf course, and look, if you're going to play here long enough, you will have days, you'll have weekends where it jumps up and bites you. Certainly got off to a very stellar start. 25 first-timers here. 9 under through the opening 2 days.
How about William McGirt? Made a 6 here on Friday to kind of take the wind out of his sails. Played this tournament at 1 over since that moment on Thursday afternoon, but 1 under on this hole for 3 rounds after hitting 2 in the water on Thursday. 1 hole to go. Just 18. Walk in the park.
And for a lot of these players, they'll be looking ahead to the coming weeks. Because the tour moves to Dallas next week for the Byron Nelson Classic. Texas Swing with the Colonial Invitational the week after.
And obviously this tournament used to be earlier in the season. It used to actually come in March and now moved to May. How have you seen the tour schedule maybe change, or just in terms of how the players approach their year and the rest of the tournaments, with this one falling, you know, a few weeks later into the season after Augusta?
It's a good point. There's been a lot of discussion around when the players used to be just 2 weeks before the Masters, that it was the start of the championship season, and the players would certainly announce that. Now the players kind of has a month of its own, a date of its own, and for the best players in the world, it's, you know, a number of them after playing Augusta took the previous 3 weeks off and hadn't played until coming in here again. And I guess it allows them, as often as the best players in the world play in the same tournaments now, it affords them a little bit of a break in between, and it gives the players a date all on its own. Certainly the golf course plays significantly different also.
Here James Driscoll trying to find a line. He's hit it very well this week. Top 15 in the event in greens and regulation. Much better than what he's done this year, and then no surprise, 2 under on this hole through 3 rounds. Dennis?
James now, 9-iron. Looks like he's setting up a little bit on the left-hand side. The wind is a little more out of the left than it was in their face. Not a little knockdown. He turns that back up against the breeze, and that's a safety dance. Right out in the middle.
No harm, no foul.
You like this, don't you?
Yeah. 35 feet left of the flag, pin high.
What yardage is this? A little over 40.
And Dennis, give us an update on those conditions out there. It looks like the reeds right behind the green there are catching a bit more wind down at tee level than earlier in the day.
They are starting to pick up just a little bit more, a little more breeze up here behind the tee box than what James had to deal with. This also a 9-iron for Zach. Zach likes to flight it pretty straight. This is a good looking shot. It's got to get up a little. Just catches up on top and comes back down into the bunker. Depending upon the lie, came into the bunker fairly soft, so it might not have got all the way back on the downslope. If it stayed on the bottom, it's a pretty straightforward bunker shot.
Yeah.
Problem is that bunker's so small, any kind of force at all, it ends up getting up against that back edge.
And we've got our camera in the bunker, so obviously we can see it right there laying in the flat. He'll be the third player to find that bunker today. Phil and the previous two certainly unable to get it up and down for par. As we head to 13, Roberto Castro, first round leader for birdie.
It's good to see Roberto still hanging in there. 4 under par now. Of course, he had 9 in the bank after the first round. Disastrous second round, however, cost him staying in contention in this tournament. 78, 70, came back with a 71 yesterday.
He was 10 under par through 20 holes of this tournament. 10 under par right now would still be good enough for a top 5 spot. That is just how things have changed this weekend. It is really not allowed for much separation at all as you take a look out at Matt Every.
And I got to believe, Will, that this is coming pretty much straight down the fall line here. Won't have a whole lot in it. All of the grain going straight to the front left of this green. You read it to break a little bit more to the right and stayed right there. We've seen a number of putts earlier in the day from the back of the screen not move a whole lot. It's a sign that it is coming straight down grain.
Remember, we saw Every's tee shot tugged into the water. So that was to save his bogey. It's a double bogey 5 at the par 3 for Every, who falls back to 3 under and now outside the top 30. And as the green clears, Andres Romero. Pretty much guarantee he's going to be looking at this hole.
Argentinian comes in here 5 under par for the tournament. He's going left. And not the sound that you'd like to hear.
There's the 8th tee ball in the water at 13. Speaking of difficulties, up ahead at 17. Saw Brian Davis in this bunker earlier. Got too much ball, got it over the back, hit it in the water. Now Zach Johnson, how is this any different from what Davis had to face with his lie?
Yeah, look, it's only a matter of centimetres, but he is a little bit more on the bottom of the bunker. You can see his feet well above the ball, but able to get clean contact. Face the lob wedge well open. And as good as that effort is, it still ran on by 10 feet. You can see as well open as he had the face of his lob wedge is using the bounce, the sole of the club to good effect, just to splash the ball out on the green and let it run down. As awkward as his lie was, not too terribly difficult a bunker shot. You can see from this view the elevation of the lip there from the bunker. Just needed to flop it over that and it would run on down to the hole. But interestingly enough, well, coming into this week, only 1% of all of the players that had played this hole in previous Players' Championships had actually hit it in that bunker.
So what you're saying is if they hit it in there, they've accomplished something they should be proud of. I mean, if you can't do it, I mean, if no one can do it, I mean, it's like you're unique.
Very, very rare. It's look, it's only a couple of paces wide by a couple of paces deep. It's a very small little bunker, but it is the turn point in the axis of the screen.
Driscoll now just inside of 40 feet. Several players of late getting this well past the hole. I don't know if the hole helped him or hurt him with that lip out.
I was going to say that looked like the power lip out. Certainly had some speed on it, but caught enough of the cup You can just see here on the top side, oh, dips down a good half of the ball. Looked like it was inside of the hole. It's now run a good 4.5 feet past.
We will look over that one, and we go back over to 13. We saw Romero in the water. Davis Love III. Let's see if he takes a more conservative line.
1992 and 2003 champ. Wow. Lovely shot there. You'd see the ball flight. Nice little tight draw. Nice work, Davis.
Zach Johnson.
Coming back into this week after neck surgery earlier in the season. His first tournament back. Zach now for a very classy little up and down.
It was just the second sand save of the week for Zach. He's struggled out of the bunkers this year, but not on the 17th today. Now Romero from the drop zone for his third at 13.
He's moved up to right around where the ladies' tee is. Sorry, the yellow markers on this 13th hole. Aims it well right of the hole. Does trickle down somewhat. He'll have that left for his bogey.
Driscoll trying to avoid his fourth three-putt of the week.
Interesting stat here, Will, is that the 17th hole has yielded 518 three-putts, or worse, since 1992. It's the second most of any non-major hole on the PGA Tour. That's a very curious stat, and I'll hold there from James, but it's a very curious stat for me, as small as this green is, to yield that many three putts or more.
How much does that have to do with the circumstances?
Yeah, look, I mean, coming to this stage in your round, and certainly this stage in the tournament, we can document numerous players that have made errors, and as you're alluding to, under the nerves of the situation, whether they are sitting right on the cut line or whether the tournament is on the line, I've got to agree with you that there will mostly be a few three putts and people that are guilty of executing the little sin with the putter in that circumstance.
Over at 4, Tiger Woods drove it in the fairway, hit it to 8 feet, knocked it in for birdie. He leads by 1.
Bubba Watson on the tee now, Dennis.
Some sort of a sand wedge for Bubba. I don't think he's going to hit a pitching wedge. If he does, he's going to have to really hit this up against the breeze. But it looks like he's going to try to hit a little bit of a draw in here. Ride that breeze a little bit. That's what he did. That started out at the left side of the green, and it's turning on the breeze. Pretty good.
Just trickles off the back edge. Certainly must have been looking good from behind the hole.
Well, from a good line to an even better one back at 13. Davis Love III to get the 4 under.
Like many before him, he gives that putt just a little bit more, too much respect, and leaves it on the left edge.
No shortage of speed in this group, Dennis.
Cabrera now with a wedge, trying to get this thing to move, and he hit that straight up in the air, and the wind just crushed it.
And a very befuddled look.
I'll tell you, Davis Love did tap in for his par back at the 13. And from the big Argentine to the diminutive one, Romero for his bogey. Boy, back-to-back groups now. Someone too aggressive off the tee, in the water, leads to a double bogey.
Too aggressive off the tee, cannot be left to this hole, only 3 paces off the left side. And you can see how soggy it is there. No future if you're left of the pin here at 13.
Well, third round leaders historically don't go on to win here, but Tiger is 5 for his last 5 entering coming into Sunday. Something had to give. Right now, it's advantage Tiger. Going back to our live coverage, 13 and 17 this week. Rory McIlroy, all pars at 13. Looking for a birdie on Sunday.
Number 2 player in the world. If he was to win this week, he would regain the number 1 spot in the world.
If Tiger finished 13th or worse, I don't think he's going to get that help.
I don't think he's going to win either. Currently 3 under par and stellar iron shot and perfect use of the slope. Feed it down to the hole.
All right, now Angel Cabrera. He judged.
And a little right turn right about there. And gravity takes over. And gather down to the hole. Not too bad. We'll leave him a little knee knocker of 2.5, 3 feet. Tidy up for his par. Former Masters and US Open champion.
Could have won the Masters again this year, which would have been quite an interesting resume. Playing alongside Rory McIlroy back at 13 is another man who was right there in the thick of things on Thursday, Daniel Summerhays.
Having a very solid tournament all the same.
Come on, win. Oh, just another couple yards.
Yeah, well, it was a little too strong, Daniel, unfortunately, but he was trying to catch it, that ridge that McIlroy caught. We'll come back to him in just a moment to see what he's got ahead of him.
Bubba looking for a 3 under performance at 17 this week. Likely to keep the flag stick in there. That's how quick it can get going down that hill.
Yeah, pretty surprising move, really, to be fair. Especially showed how he was feeling about that putt, giving it a bit too much respect, most probably. Currently 3 under par, and as aggressive as this man would be, I'm surprised that he left the pin in there. Had no bearing on the eventual shot, however, running it down there and leaving it short. And it won't be Mr. Watson's week. However, he has expressed how he likes how this golf course sets up for him.
Certainly welcomes aggressiveness, which is right up his alley. Now Cabrera.
Well, certainly welcomes those that take their opportunities. You certainly got to use the governor every now and then and peel back and use some respect on certain holes. It's not driver on every single hole. If you do that, then you're going to come uncorked at some stage or another. But with Bubba's length, he does have the ability to use his 2-iron or his 3-wood, where on other holes, players have to use their driver to get to the corner of the dog leg. And nice touch there from the big man.
Turned around before she even had the golf ball. Oh, multiple golf balls.
There you go. Nice touch, Bubba Watson. Now, moments ago, we saw Daniel Summerhays blow it through the back of the screen. He needs to aim a good 20 feet left of the hole, crests the ridge right there, and then funnels down. And he's judged that very well.
Summerhays with Rory McIlroy. Summerhays was 4 under par through his first 12 holes on Thursday. Just 1 under since then, has a par saver. Now Adam Scott Dennis at 17.
This is the 9-iron. He's going to have to take a little off. It's not ripping that hard right now, I don't think. He's going to have to throw this up in the air pretty high.
There you go!
That's decent trajectory, just left of the hole, hoping to catch the ridge. Got to move a little more right, got a chance.
4th in the field this week in greens and regulation. He finds another. Now McIlroy inside of 6 feet for birdie.
Well done. And Rory also came in here after shooting 66 in his opening round, and a lot of people were saying, is this the week that Rory finally masters the TPC Stadium course? Previous 3 trips of missed cuts.
Well, we're not going to have a repeat champion. Matt Kuchar's start yesterday guaranteed us of that, but righted the ship. It's been a pretty consistent weekend for him, Dennis.
You're right, Will, but I'll tell you what, there's a lot of people out here to watch this classic group. How about that? Defending champion and current Masters champion. This is a 9-iron cut. This looks pretty good if it carries. Big, hard kick. It's got a slow down ball.
Oh. That is just a tough break right there. He's landed it within inches of the perfect spot. It's just caught the downslope on the fringe. Got the firm bounce where all the sand comes out of that bunker. It's firm right around the ridge there where all the mowers consistently cut. And it's just got that firm bounce off the downslope and has run through and just trickled over the boards and into the water.
Now we'll take one more look at the swing. We've already surpassed yesterday in terms of balls into the water as Matt Kuchar walks after it, and there you see that bounce that Phil was talking about right on that downslope, and just an unfair break there for the 2012 champ. This right hole location historically yields the most balls in the water over time. 15% of all tee shots when the hole has been placed on that right side of the green have found the water. Kuchar becomes the 7th today.
Yeah, look, that's just an unlucky break. As Dennis alluded to, it was tracking on a great line, just a little left of the flag. One of those situations where had he been either a couple of feet further left or another foot further on, it would have landed on the putting surface and would have tracked down to the hole. Would have been a lovely shot, would have ended up stiff. But by coming up just that little bit short, got the firm bounce off the fringe, and there's not a lot you can do about that.
So So the ball now in play on the drop zone, and we've seen now with this shot, no picnic. Several players have come up short and left themselves that long, ticklish putt.
Yeah, you can see there in the background the flags indicating that he is playing into the wind. Makes it just that little bit more difficult. It does get the ball to sit down, however it does encourage you to fly the ball a little bit further. He's not going all the way to the hole, 96 yards all the way back to the flag. He's looking to land this at about 90, let it trickle down the ridge. Come on, get over the ridge. Oh, and that's a couple of feet away also from being perfect.
It has been a familiar leave, however, today for those who have found the water off of their tee shots. Now the 2012 champ's going to have an appreciative walk. Not the one he had hoped for, however, on the Sunday at the Players. Matt Kuchar walking into his bogey effort at the 17th.
And literally just has to get this started. This is how close he came. The ridge runs right through this section here. If he gets it over that, it funnels all the way down to the hole.
It's carrying a lot of pace. Not in for his double. That sends us back to the 13th, and Brant Snedeker making a little bit of a move. He's 9 under par.
You can see Brant aiming well out to the right, trying to hit a little trap draw in there. Catch that ridge. That's going to be well out to the right, however. And
all the way over to the back.
Yep, he's going to be left with a pretty difficult putt coming back over that ridge.
Into our 2004 champion.
Man, he just needs to brush this. If he taps this 1 foot, it gets all the way to the hole. And some.
When Adam Scott won, he did it on just his 41st PGA Tour start. That is the best ever. David Lingmerth, who's playing in the final group today, has made just 13 PGA Tour starts. To kind of put it into perspective, what experience does for you here at the TPC Sawgrass.
Yeah, sure. And at that time, Adam had only just taken up his membership here in the United States. Played a couple of seasons over on the European tour, where this man is originally from, but now based in the US, Martin Laird.
What you're supposed to do. Come on.
This little group's pulling each other along nicely, and this is going to get really good. Watch out. Come on, ball. Boy, if that had found a way to go in, not only would it have been awesome, but it would have gotten him within 2 of the lead as we get back to Matt Kuchar's struggles.
It's a little outside of 5 feet for his double.
There's still a couple of shouts of Cooch from the gallery. Appreciative of what that man accomplished last year. That crystal's got a nice spot, high in a very visible spot in the Kuchar household. The 2012 champ has 1 hole to go as we head back to the tee, and it will be Webb Simpson with the honor, currently 7 under. Nothing but birdies on the card in the back. Birdie 10, 15, and just moments ago 16. He's at 7 under as we start to track some of these players that could post a number, and you never know what might happen with still a lot of golf to play for our leaders.
Well, Webb's 11 months in now as his reign as US Open champion. Just over a month, he will defend up at Merion. A number of people pretty interested in seeing how Merion will play as host of US Open. Dennis, you could hear him talking over with caddy
Well, I
Paul
honestly think
Tesori.
it's going to be, yeah. Yep, and I believe it's going to be a brilliant Open Championship. A lot of long and short hole mixed, but now Webb. That's a 9-iron. Starts out towards the middle of the green, and it's turning over. So that's going to get eaten up by the breeze. Turning it on that breeze, the wind just kills it. If you can hit it straight or cut it a little bit, it'll ride that breeze. Anything turned over just kind of climbs the ladder, Phil, as you know. Even if you flight it down, it kind of gets stood up.
You see the updated leaderboard. Sergio backing up a bogey at 4 with a birdie at the 5th to get back to -11, and Tiger's driven it right at the 6th.
That start for Jerry started right of the hole. Just got eaten up and came up short. That ball started right of the boards, and he turned it on line to the hole, but just got eaten up by that wind.
7th tee shot in the water, 8th ball in the water today at 17.
But he missed.
Our live at coverage here at TPC Sawgrass. Final round of the players, and Brant Snedeker.
And we saw him over the green just moments ago. Well, did not get to the crest of the ridge with his first putt and was left with that one there. He will have that to tidy up for a bogey. Cardinal sin when coming over the ridge that you don't get it to the top.
Second bogey of the day for Brant, drops him back to 8 under. Remember, he was playing alongside Martin Laird. He's going to have a short one for birdie coming up. As before we went to break, Jerry Kelly hit in the water, now his third.
Good sized divot there from Jerry. Trying to drive it in nice and low. And that sticks up somehow on that corner of the ridge.
All right, now Martin Laird, now things are getting a little interesting here, Phil. This goes in and gets him to 10 under par, be just 3 off the lead.
Nicely done. Big Scott. If there's ever a hole location that suits him, it's that one there at 13. Nice high draw. One that he executes very well, and he finds himself now just 3 back as he walks to the 14th tee.
Tiger Woods is not in for par at the 6th right now, so it could get even tighter at the top as Webb Simpson, see if he can judge the speed.
It's got a little bit of heat on it. It's going to need to catch the hole. A few of his family members in the crowd wishing to advise him that I think they could do better than him.
So from Laird challenging the lead to a man looking for back-to-back holes in one at 13.
Lovely tempoed swing as Chris.
Oh, he's going for the same location as yesterday.
Yeah, and right.
That was pretty close, actually.
There, I believe, is where the hole was yesterday, so he ran it right past. Nearly identical shots. Unfortunately, the pin's been moved.
All right, Jerry Kelly now for a bogey.
Let's see how small a stroke he put on that putt. And still it gets by the hole.
So that.
And rack another one up to Mr. Pete and Mrs. Alice Dye. And find another victim here at 17.
And playing with Stroud, Brendan DeYoung on the tee at 13.
You can see Brennan always aims well to the right and comes back down over the top of it. This one also hanging out to the right and well long. Similar vicinity of where Snedeker was in the group ahead of him.
He could not get it down the ridge. Now Webb Simpson to avoid his second 3-putt of the week. Hasn't putted it well this week, no problem there. Good 2-putt, 1 hole to go. I can tell you that Tiger did not get up and down for par back at 6. So it is now Woods and Lingmerth tied again at -12. As we saw Chris Stroud on the tee at 13 a moment ago. This was him as he got up to the green. You can see him there walking on the left side of your screen. He's kind of looking at the slope where that ball came down and perhaps having a conversation, Phil, of this swing.
Well, as I said, Chris has got a wonderful tempo. Hits a lot of very, very straight iron shots. Lands this one just in the right spot up on the right there, and look at this gather right down in the bowl at the back of the screen. Dead center, perfect.
A tasty little one on the scorecard. 2 holes in one this week. Michael Thompson had one at the 8th. It's about time, gosh darn it. We hadn't had a hole-in-one in this tournament since 2008, and a pleasant surprise to go up and grab that one out. Even he wasn't convinced that it was in the bottom.
Well, that's the interesting thing. Of course, this hole location back here in this back portion of the green will is out of sight of the players. The actual bottom of the flag, they couldn't see it. I think that was what he was motioning there. He couldn't see the ball go in the hole. The bottom of the flag out of sight, and the crowd behind the green going nuts indicated that yes, indeed, he had scored a hole-in-one.
You can probably look right in front of him and see the cup mark of where they've replaced it from yesterday before he'll have a long putt.
Now, we've seen a number of people, Will, over the back of the screen. If our cameraman can span out to get a wide angle here, it will give us an indication. I'll be able to show why this putt is so difficult. They come up through that bowl where the hole was yesterday, cut yesterday, right at around this, the edge of the shadow here, right in this region down here. And come through a low area up over the ridge, and from that part there it's straight downhill. That is going very quick and will need to settle down. Catches the fringe, but had just way too much speed on that. Of course, the first thing you need to take care of is get over the ridge, as Snedeker didn't before him, but he's going to be left with 10.5 feet coming back up the hill for his par there.
As Stroud surveys, we go back to 17. You can see some clouds in the distance and the flags blowing at the top of the chalets. Dennis Paulson's been on property the whole day. Dennis, an update on the weather for us.
Well, it started out as sunny, and then it was mostly sunny, and then it was partly cloudy, and I'm saying that it's probably still in the partly cloudy portion of the program, but it looks like it's starting to get closer to the mostly cloudy, and I'm just wondering, are the storms going to stay away from us? People have been asking me. It is beautiful out here right now, and there's no threat, but it's definitely a changing sky, and it has cooled off 4 or 5 degrees now that the sun is behind the clouds.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say that if it looks good to you out there, Dennis, then it's good enough for everybody else. There's about a 30% chance of showers and storms today, and right now, knock on wood, the radar is completely clear. About 60 miles or so south on the coast, a few things flaring up, but certainly nothing that any of us should be that worried about. As we go back to 13, this would have been about a 2-footer for birdie yesterday, as it is for Chris Stroud today, over 50 feet.
Coming across a similar line to his playing partner Brendan de Jong just moments before. Gets it up to the top of that ridge, and you can see there where the colour changes in the grass, that's when it starts swinging downhill. And looks to have judged this pretty well for pace. If it runs out, wow, I'm surprised by that hanging up actually, Will.
Yeah, I don't think he can believe it either to leave himself. A little tester coming up there. How many holes in one did you have in your career?
I've had 7.
In competition?
5 of them in competition.
Wow. Win anything fun for any of those 5?
I did. I won a return trip to Japan when I had a hole-in-one in Australia.
Very nice. Brendan de Jong for the rare 0-putt par. Even though he has a putter officially on the fringe, this wouldn't count as an official putt on the PGA Tour.
Brendan of South African descent. Now I've been over here in the United States for a number of years. Coming straight back up the hill, not a lot of break left in this putt. Man,
all around good putt right there.
Well done, good up and down.
He walks off of there, no harm done. Gets a par and boosts the putting statistics all at the same time.
He'll remain at even par on his final round. 5 under for the tournament.
Now Stroud has struggled a bit with the short ones this week. This one from 4.5 feet.
There's been a number of players in this range, either it be for birdie putts or par savers. And From my recollection, Andres Romero is the only one that's missed it on the right. We've had several players miss it underneath, either just not quite getting it started on line or not reading enough break. It's just outside the right edge for me.
Pours it in. He missed 5 from that distance already this week, but not a 6th. It's not a 1, though. 2 shots worse today, gosh darn it.
He's going downhill on that hole. Good thing it's the 4th round. We wouldn't want to play tomorrow.
A few holes to go for that group as we hop ahead back to the 17th. And that is a happy mom right there on the hill. Oh, looks like Dad went off and got her something cold to drink. This is one of those days where the honey-do list could be 5 pages long and you won't hear a peep out of Dad.
And somehow Dad has talked Mum and the children into coming to golf. Nice job, Dad.
Peter Hansen will be first to play, and it can only be described as a disaster for him today. 10 over par on the round. It includes a quadruple bogey moments ago at the 14th. But this hole, despite the struggles of the round today, Dennis, will have everybody's attention no matter what your score is.
I absolutely agree. And I got to ask, 10 over par, Ben Crane's 4 under. How in the world does he have the tee box? What happened at 16?
Well, Hansen made birdie moments ago at 16. And Ben Crane, who had gotten it to 9 under, bogeyed 15 and just parred the par 5.
Okay. Walking in, nice looking shoes here. Nice little pink and white shoe. Still can't figure it out. The wind is really kind of laying down. Players know it's coming out of the left. You just saw Peter point up, that was the American flag that's over on the right, that's in the player's face at about 10 o'clock, maybe 9:30. Now it's almost at 11. It's bouncing all over the place. And the ones that are about 100 yards from the green left are almost straight across. So that's the big concern. The lake is completely dead calm around the green, but there is push back into the player's face at the tee box now. Set to go with a 9-iron. It's a pretty aggressive line just left of the hole. Looks pretty good.
Sensational shot there. Peter Hansen, he may well be 6 over for the tournament, but as we were talking about, this hole will require you to give it every ounce of effort and concentration. Great job there to bring it back to the present.
Ben Crane was on his way to a really low round, but the bogey at 15 could not take advantage of the par 5. Still 4 under today, and a chance to at least be leader in the clubhouse if he can navigate 17 and 18.
Right, there's a camera guy.
Ben now getting set up. His caddy always sets him up here behind the hole. This is a 9-iron for Ben. Started a little left of the hole. Let the wind just move it slightly. If he turns this over into the breeze, it might be tough for him to get there. That starts out a little left and it's turning over. That's headed towards the middle of the green. Looks like it's got plenty to get up on top.
Sticks right there, will not settle back, which will at least make a very quick putt a little bit straighter for Ben Crane as he'll begin his final walk around the water here at 17. Sunday afternoon at the Players.
A change atop the leaderboard as Tiger makes bogey at the 6th. It comes back, putting it in from the fringe at the 7th. That's Tiger back with the one-stroke lead over David Lingmerth. Sergio hanging in there also. Very much a part of the story. Sergio in that final group with David Lingmerth. Tiger playing with Casey Wittenberg in this final round. Casey won over today in the middle of that Tiger Woods madness as we look in on Ben Crane at the 17th.
And Ben just a little outside of 35 feet here. Remember Ben Crane's shot in here yesterday, Brian, was right around when that weather system was coming in. I think it was just after the weather delay. He came out here and was his parents were right behind the green. Had a little conversation with them prior to hitting his shot and nearly holed it. Hit it to I think just 9 inches. And so that was when the hole was down on the same level as where he stands now. He needs to come up and over this ridge right here. If he is able to crest that ridge, it funnels all the way down to the hole. Not too bad, but will require a little bit of attention to tap in for his par. He'll throw some change on it.
I've seen a lot of guys run those well past. Careful now.
The same sort of situation Graham McDowell was on earlier in the week, I think in the day 2, when repairing a ball mark close to his marker. Needed a rules official to come and determine whether there would indeed be a penalty. His marker had moved while he was in the process of repairing a ball mark and was deemed not to have been a penalty. It didn't unfortunately help Graham out in any way. He went on to miss the cut.
Now Hansen.
For his 2 back-to-back birdies.
Okay. So you've had a couple of doubles. You've had a quad. And now we're going back-to-back birdies here. One more birdie for 80.
I guess the scorecard looks a little bit like seismic counter with an earthquake. There's spikes here and dips here and spikes and dips. And
mostly spikes, unfortunately. Yes. Those were the first 2 birdies of the day, coming at 16 and 17. Now Ben Crane, who kept his composure through all that. He had a run of 4 birdies in a row. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Turned in 31, was 9 under. Looked like he was going to put a charge in the leaderboard. Was very much a part of the story. And the good news is this area between this ball and the hole is going to be perfect for the next guy.
And look, this these little putts here come this part of the championship mean a fair bit of cash. Crane currently in a tie for 9th spot. And you're playing for 9.5 big ones here at the Players' Championship. Come down to the 71st hole. 3 feet. And equate to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well done. He walks to the 462-yard par for 18th, his 72nd hole for the tournament.
Back to 13 now, Brandon Grace.
4-time winner on the European Tour last year.
That's a 2. And Grace is now 6 under. And we'll go back to the tee at 17. Course record holder Roberto Castro.
Started at 4 under, 1 under for the day, 5 under par. Currently tied for 20th place. What a great story that is. We made the mention that he struggled in the second round, but if I just told him, hey, you shot 70, 71, 3 under par, it'd be pretty good playing on the weekend. And now walks into this shot here at the 17th. Wind is laying down a little bit here at the tee, but blowing pretty hard at about 10 o'clock on the left. This a 9-iron. This is up in the air, and there's a gust of wind that just came up, headed towards the middle of the green. That ball. I lost it on the way down there. It looked like it might be in the front bunker. Did it get all the way over onto the green?
It did, Dennis. Cleared the bunker by a step or two, as we saw there on the monitor, and then peeled back to the front tier. So a long putt coming up for Roberto. We'll go back to 13 and Kyle Stanley for his par.
Pretty straight up and in. Well done for the young man. He made 2 moves last year. Went from the East Coast out to the desert and now finds himself back up where he grew up in Washington State. Feels like he's a lot more settled now. Ready to feel like he can play well again out here on the PGA Tour.
Stanley had hit the green and ran it past. Makes his par, 5 under. Matt Every next at 17.
Matt, as he did
First
yesterday.
time I've seen this all week. He's just rolling the ball around.
Yep, as he did yesterday, Dennis. I was going to make that point.
Pretty crazy right here. Not a lot of nerves. We're just rolling around on the tee box. No need to put a peg underneath it. Just some sort of a wedge. Now he's moving up near the front of the box. He was going towards the back. Now he's wondering if he should take another club. He has 9-iron in his hand. Now that he's moved up, the wind is really fresh right here at the tee right now. This caddy's talking about, well, if you peel it a little left to right, it'll ride the wind. Problem is, if you peel it a little left to right, don't start it far enough left, you're peeling it right into the water.
I feel like it's good public right?
No tee. Did you use a tee?
He went from a 9-iron to 8-iron. Just a little chip. This on a really good line. Cut a little more. Now it's just going to end up in the middle of the green. Started to cut, straightened out.
Yeah, it's safely aboard, Brian. I was always taught that if you get a chance to put a peg underneath it, do it. And you get clean contact on the ball. Matt Every, no problem. Finds a nice tuft of Bermuda grass there to get his ball on. Gets nice clean contact anyway. I mean, it's a hair of millimeters, but there ain't too many characters out on the PGA Tour that are more casual in their approach and laid back of sorts than Matt Every.
Just rolling the ball around on the tee, and we'll see him roll it on the green when we come back.
When he was 4 or 5 years old, that's all he wanted to do was be a professional golfer. So I never questioned or doubted if he can get there. I was able to find someone who said that he would give lessons to Ricky, who requested, "Mom, I want to take lessons." And I'm like, oh great, now what do I do?
She's been basically that person since day one, not just as being my mom, but getting me to tournaments, whether it was waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning and driving to the desert when I was 9 and 10 years old, to now being on the road with me, making sure that the day-to-day life is as easy as possible for me to be able to go out and just play golf.
What he chose was up to him. If it was going to be, you know, from a mountain bike to a motorcycle, something dangerous, I still would have supported him regardless. It just happened, luckily, to be golf.
It was nice to kind of have no restrictions in a way. They were never holding me back. It was kind of like, this is what you want to do, go ahead and go do it. A few rules set early on. If you break a club, I'll take it from you. So
I think it was if he had like a temper or a bad attitude.
yeah,
or
if he hit a tree while I was swinging.
No, if he
we
said
replaced
something that he shouldn't say, then I would say I'm taking a club for like every cuss word or every tantrum. Definitely proud as a mom that like my role somewhat is finished and I can relax because I see him so successful with being a good person. When I see the kids appreciate from the clothes he wears to who he is and that they really look up and see him as a role model. Overall, it's a proud moment, but I know that energizes him, that he has a big role out here other than just hitting the ball.
She's always gonna be my mom. I'm always gonna respect what she says, and you know, if she steps up and is getting on me about something, I'm most likely gonna listen. So, I mean, she may only be 5 foot, but she's still got the strength to take me down.
That's for sure.
Happy Mother's Day. I love you. I wouldn't be here without you.
Perfect. Touching.
Very nice, great relationship there Ricky has with his mum, as I'm sure all of us do. We send a big shout out to our mothers here on a Mother's Day. Championship Sunday at the Players.
Castro for a long birdie. That's really good touch.
Very, very well done. Over 50 feet down on the bottom. Yeah, easy, Roberto.
Would you let? Yeah, don't. Let's not complain. Would you let your kids ride the motorbikes?
They already do.
Really?
Yeah, and I don't have too much say in that because my son is very similar to Ricky in that I support him in whatever he wants to do. Go ahead and do it because I know he's got a bit of a governor on him that if it's a little bit scary for him, he's most probably going to back off. But if it's fun to him, he's going to chase it. And as I can speak as a child, my parents supported that way, that if it was fun for me, go for it. And it just happened that playing this game was a lot of fun for me, and they supported me in that venture. So thanks, Mum, thanks, Dad, and I'm sure Ricky made a great choice there, choosing to pursue golf.
Yeah,
become pretty successful at it.
That didn't disappoint either of the parents, Rick or Lynn. They were just fine with that, I'm sure. Every doesn't get this one inside of Castro, as it's quick down that slope.
Well, Matt's been tracking pretty consistently this week. 70 in the opening round, 71s in round 2 and 3. Currently even par in this final round.
That's a nice comebacker. Matt Every. 120th in FedEx Cup points. Projected to move up inside the top 110. Sounds like it's early to be talking about FedEx Cup points, but there are a lot of them at stake this week, and we're in the second half of the season already.
Racing right along. Of course, there are the invitationals coming up we spoke about a little earlier at Colonial and Memorial, and those fields are judged by the top 70 and top 80 players on the FedEx Cup points respectively. So week in, week out here on the PGA Tour, there's always something to play for. Alberto Castro.
It's a really good 3 right there.
Great 2-putt. You should be happy with yourself, young man. Started off with a record equaling 63 in the opening round. Now walks to the final hole, 5 under par for the tournament.
All right, Andres Romero will have the honor on the tee next. Playing with Davis Love III.
Just backing away there. You see Andres teed up over to the right-hand side there, Dennis. He's just stepped away for a couple of moments. Romero teed up over on the right-hand side here. And when you do that, it does shorten your angle of what you're looking at the pin. For me, that means he's aiming well left of the hole, trying to let the breeze move it back over to the right-hand side. Well done. Just put it all the way at it. Pin high. And have only just outside of 4 feet down the hill left for his birdie.
We're so used to seeing all of these balls releasing down slopes. That one just stopped.
Flew it all the way to the bottom of the slope. No need to release it down there.
Two-time Players Champion Davis Love III now.
Looks to be hitting a little right as well, taking dead aim. And Davis Love.
Just told Andres he was a good leader. They both just threw caution to the wind right at it. Love is 1 under. Andres is 3 under. Both of them over par for the day. There's Kevin Streelman on the tee at 13. And Kevin Streelman 9 under, but all of a sudden that's 4 back. Tiger just birdied 8. Toughest par 8. But Lingmerth drops back, and it's a 2-shot lead again.
Ideal shot in here, a nice little draw using that slope. And it's going to run on through to the back of the green. Nice shot. Seen a number of the players try and use that slope, which is right on this particular line right here.
We got 159 carrying everything. Winds out of the right. Out of the right, yeah.
And here, caddy Jimmy Johnson there giving the instructions to Steve Stricker. 159 carry is over this spot right here. The bulkhead in line with the pin. The pin today 21 paces on, just 3 off the left-hand side, positioned right there. Steve does like to move the ball from right to left. Should set up perfectly for his little draw. And there's a nice shot, just got a pretty firm bounce off of that ridge. Will funnel towards the back of the green, but a lovely shot all the same.
Oh, 2 pretty good ones there at 13. Stricker, 4 under, couple over today. Now Davis for birdie at 17.
Got it outside of the hole. And you can hear him. He's disappointed with himself. Been to this famed layout over 25 times. He does know his way around it.
Now Romero. A double bogey for Andres back at the 13th. We saw that one. He's parred every hole since then. Chance to get one of those shots back right here.
Just coming straight down the hill, putting through his shadow. Basically straight down the line of his shaft. Yeah, sneaks it in the front right door. Well done. And a nice little two. Nice way to leave your memories of the Island Green here at 17.
And McIlroy is next.
9 iron for Rory. Wind's freshening a little. About that 10 o'clock out of the left. This is flighted pretty good. Looks to me like it's got to get down a little bit.
And that will catch the slope, Dennis. And this here will funnel all the way down towards the hole.
How close will this one get? McIlroy's ball runs out of gas about 3 feet short of the hole.
You can see, Brian, that nice little sawn-off follow-through of Rory's indicates a nicely flighted ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Little left to right spin on it.
Right, the G is where I'm looking. Yep, exactly.
Ideal.
Perfect.
Daniel Summerhays. They decided to start it right at the G in Golf Channel.
Daniel, pretty solid ball striker. His caddy Nick Jones and I have been friends for about 5 or 6 years. Both worked with Kip Peterbaugh back in San Diego, and now he's been working for Daniel. This on an aggressive line, high into the air, turning towards a flag stick.
Another superb iron shot in here to 17. The best of the bunch, these two thus far.
Sure is lots of talking to the ball while it's in the air, though. Lots of body English. Lots of anxiety. 2 great results here at the 17th. Back to 13. A couple of similar shots here for Streelman and Stricker. Stricker will be first.
We'll see if Stricker can read this correctly. Just about a cup outside of the left is my read. Never got it started high enough or with enough pace on it. Stricker will remain at 4 under par.
It's tied for 29th right now.
Don't do it, Steve. Don't do it.
Got to be some good balls down in there. Certainly worth the price of a ball retriever, don't you think?
Yeah, you'd think. A couple of caddies would make a couple of bucks on the side if they just took the ball retriever out there and while their man was putting out. Put a couple of extras in the bag. Mind you, of course, you've got to carry them to the clubhouse, so it might be the downside.
No carts. Well, we'll let that go for after the event.
Streelman now 9 under par. This to get him just 3 back. Right. I can see he was expecting it to go a little bit further towards the water. A lot of the putts from the back of the green there, Brian, just haven't broken as much as the players have aimed for, coming down grain.
Couple of good shots here at 17. Guys completing their walks. McIlroy and Summerhays, and not too many spots left to view here at 17. Tiger makes par at the 9th. Turns at 34, good enough for a 2-stroke lead. Had about a 15-footer there, Phil, at the 9th for birdie. The least reachable of the par 5s on this course, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. The 9th is, in most people's books, a 3-shotter. The hole located just down on the front right-hand portion of the green today. And if you're able to get the ball down the right-hand side, a very, very strategic par 5. You're able to get the ball down the right-hand side. You get the right angle to go for the green in 2.
I think the caddy wants the putter there to plumb bob.
Yeah, well, Nick, in his own right, is a good player. Plays a little bit of mini tour golf. He's done some caddying out on the LPGA Tour. Now been, as Dennis alluded to, been working for Daniel in recent weeks out here on the PGA Tour.
He wanted something. Maybe it was the yardage book back. Now he's got it.
And folks, when you see players reaching for the yardage book, they're looking at the chart of the green in their yardage book, not for how far the putt is. A chart in the green that gives them the slopes. Caddies go out and take a little device that actually measures how much slope is on the green, and that equates to how much break they intend on playing. This going across the green, Brian, will break quite sharply to his right.
Whoa. That one might have helped Summerhays to his best finish of the season. He's tied for 15th right now. He tied for 7th at the Valero Texas Open, the only top 10 of the year. He'll need birdie at 18 now to bust into the top 10. Now McIlroy.
This to get to 2 under on his round today.
He's already got 3 top 10s. That's 3 birdies in a row. 4 in his last 5 holes, and McIlroy is 6 back.
He spoke quite at length earlier in the week, Brian, about the 3 missed cuts that he had previously here at Sawgrass. The first year he came and played here, it was straight from the boys' weekend in Vegas. The second year, it was straight after his 21st birthday. And last year he just played poorly. So this year is an advancement on all of those achievements, and I think he's just starting to learn how to play this famed layout here of Pete Dye's.
Tiger heads to the back 9 with a 2-shot lead when we come back. Tiger heads to the 10th. Keep in mind the 9th hole is a par 5, so David Lingmerth and Sergio Garcia both will have a chance to pick up a shot there. Maybe a little easier than they would at some of the other holes. Jeff Maggart, 49 years old, just 2 shots off the lead. Martin Laird is certainly in the picture here. We'll see him coming through 17 here in just a little bit. Before
he just has a small putt for birdie at 16 as well, and so he may well stand on the 17th tee, just 2 back.
That coming up right after we check in with Amanda Balionis and a special guest.
Thanks, guys. So joining me now from PwC is Jay Henderson, Vice Chairman of Client Service. And Jay, thank you so much for joining us once again every year. This is one of my most enjoyable conversations because PwC gives back so much to the First Tee. You guys are a national trustee, so let's start there. Huge financial investment to do that, and also a lot required really from your employees to be involved. So why was this the option that you guys took?
Well, we're really excited to be here. The First Tee is a youth development organization that's focused on teaching life skills through the game of golf. And the values that are taught to the participants in the First Tee program are very consistent with the values of PwC, and that's why we're really happy to be a long-term supporter, a national trustee now for 15 years of the First Tee.
Tell me about some of the activities that are going on this week with the First Tee.
So we're doing a number of things with the First Tee. On Tuesday, we've got 200 kids from the local Jacksonville First Tee chapters having a chance to hit a shot on the replica 17th hole with a program involving several PGA Tour players. And it's really a chance for them to have kind of a fun, up-close and personal experience with the tournament, meet some of the pros, and really have a nice, fun, enjoyable day out here at the Players' Championship.
One of those players, by the way, that's going out there is Scott Langley, a First Tee graduate, the first First Tee graduate to come out on tour. And that has to be pretty cool for you to see because PwC gives so much and allows so many children to really get involved in the game. It's kind of cool to see the fruits of that effort come into a realization.
Yeah, and it's very indicative of the fact that the First Tee programs generate people who have tremendous success in a lot of their chosen fields. Scott happens to be the first one to come out on the PGA Tour, but I'll tell you that the number of kids who really, through their life skills training, have enhanced their success in their professional and personal pursuits is countless. And that's why it's fun to have a chance to support an organization that has such a great track record of success.
Well, and talk about support. Mr. Henderson is one of PGATour.com's biggest fans. I do not pay him to say that to me every year, just the first year I did. But something awesome you guys are doing is you're providing iPads in all of your chalets this week. Can you kind of tell me what you're doing?
We are. We're a big fan of PGATour.com and enhancing the experience for our guests. So we're actually including iPads in our suites for a chance to not only watch the live action in front of them, but also through some advanced technology, watch the links for live and feature groups and things through the PGATour.com. So it's a nice leverage of that. And we're all about helping to share the story and tell the story. I mean, I think another way to think about how we're leveraging technology is through the TV ads that go on this week. We actually are donating half of our TV ads to the First Tee on NBC and the Golf Channel. And it's a chance for us to share and have the First Tee story told to many people, thousands of millions of people around the country. We're convinced that the more we can tell the story about the First Tee, we're confident that people will get more involved in their local chapter. So we're trying to enhance the experience for our guests, enhance the experience for people around the country, all designed to really help support the First Tee and the PGA Tour.
Well, it's a great way for you guys to give back, especially give back to PGATour.com. We appreciate that support. Thank you so much for joining us. But before we get out of here, you know what you got to do. You got to make a pick for me this week.
Oh boy, I've been 0 for 2, I think, the last 2 years, Amanda. But if you'll
no one's counting.
If you allow me the chance, can I have 2 picks this year?
Just this one.
Okay. So if you give me 2 picks, I'll say, and you heard it here first, Matt Kuchar as defending champ, I believe, is in fact got a great shot to win the tournament again. And then the second name I'll give you is Luke Donald. He's the caliber of a player that wins big-time tournaments, and he's going to be very much in competition and in contention this week, I believe. So between Matt and Luke, I think they'll be up the leaderboard on Sunday afternoon.
I have a feeling you prepped for this. You knew that was coming, but you guys did hear it here first. Defending champion Matt Kuchar or Luke Donald. Back to you.
All right, good picks. Looks like it's going a different direction, but there were a lot of guys here. Martin Laird is now in the group, tied for second.
Asking him just to get up just a touch.
Stay there.
And that will back down onto that front portion of the green. And he will be required to navigate some real estate there to get down in 2.
All right, we go back to the 13th now. Lee Westwood back there. He's 9 under.
Number of people's pre-tournament favourite here. Westwood, known for his very solid ball striking. Does find the back of the putting surface.
Now, reigning FedEx Cup champion Brandt Snedeker. He's had a good week.
He has, unfortunately, in the last couple of holes. He's dropped a few shots, though. Did have it at 9 under par at one stage today. And that will catch the ridge and gather down towards the hole.
How close will this one get? Picking up speed. That's the steeper side of the ridge. And that's it. Not bad. About 3 feet for Brandt Snedeker. Tall Aussie Mark Leishman back on the tee, playing with Westwood.
Also likes to hit a big, high, towering draw. That one started out well to the right, however, and would have been worth all its weight in salt yesterday.
Oh, it might hit the hole. That is right next to yesterday's hole location.
Right there is where that hole was yesterday. The old cup, you can see it. Unfortunately for Mark, damn greenkeepers came out and moved the pin.
And he'll see it too. He'll get right over that ball. Don't you think he'll see that old cup?
Absolutely. He may well need to just repair the edges of it if they are not as smooth to his liking. Meanwhile, back at 17 here, let me put a bit of artwork on this green here and give you an idea of what Martin Laird has in front of him. He needs to come up this ridge. He's down on the lower front portion of this green. He needs to come up that ridge to the middle spot, and then from there it turns to the right and releases down to the hole. You can see him here standing on this top ridge. You can see the shade of grass, very dark, indicates that this Bermuda grass, this mini verde Bermuda grass here, grows back in towards him. It also indicates the crest of the ridge. Where it starts to get shiny, right in this section here, is where it starts to go back away from him.
He's got to skirt that fringe, doesn't he, Phil?
Yeah, look at...
Get close to it?
Yeah, get close to it. I think he's most probably looking maybe a couple of feet left of it. I think he's going to be fine. It's going to break a little bit to his left going up that hill.
Oh, that went way left.
And it's got some heat on it as well. It's going to run on by. And he's going to be left with a good 7 or 8 feet left for his par.
Laird could have moved within 1 had that one gone. That would have been quite unlikely. There's a good look at the old cup from yesterday as Leishman has this at 13.
One difficult lag putt to another coming up and over the ridge. Looked like it just caught a spike mark coming down the hill. It took some speed out of it. You can see him. Oh no. It's run over a little bit of debris by the looks of things.
Yeah, something he thought he could scoop up.
Sure.
Laird hasn't lost his turn here at 17.
Now, Brian, this is where we need to take a look at the context of the tournament. Our leader, Tiger Woods, just parred the 10th hole. He currently sits at 13 under par. Martin Laird here, 6 under par on his round today. 11 under for the tournament.
First this week inside 10 feet in the field, 95%.
Can he keep that record going? Oh, well drained. Martin Laird. And he will go to the last hole. And I know the man in front of him is a pretty good closer, but if he can post 12 under par with a birdie on the last, let's look out.
62 for 65 inside 10 feet for Martin Laird. And there's Westwood now at 13.
And looks like it's just going to run out of pace and fall on the underside, and Lee's disappointed with that effort.
He is right in this also at 9 under.
Well, he knows the holes he's got to hit. He's got a difficult par 4 in the 14th. Birdie opportunities 15, obviously an eagle at 16, and here at 17, where we find Brent Snedeker just 3 feet away from his birdie. Well done.
Snedeker now just a shot outside the top 10 at 8 under. Second on the FedEx Cup points list right now. Now Leishman to finish up at 13.
Sneaks it in the left-hand side. Manages to fall to the bottom, and that's the most important thing.
Back to 17. Chris Stroud first.
So Stroud. And I tell you, for spending all day out there on Thursday and all day yesterday, Brian, I can empathise with these guys. They come to this hole, you can see the flags up on the top of the chalets blowing in one direction, the American flag up on top of the high crane behind the green blowing in another direction. And you get a puff of wind from a different direction down on the tee. It's all about committing to the shot that you want to play.
Off of the pilings, and it won't stay there, not on that side of the green. The 9th ball in the water from 17 today.
And that obviously just got started right, too far right. Anytime you're getting the ball coming down right of the hole here at 17, you've hit a push.
Brendan DeYoung will be next.
9-iron here for Brendan. This is a very safe play out towards the left center of the green, trying to cut back towards the middle.
And oh, how Chris Stroud would have liked that one there.
DeYoung is 6 under. He's tied for 16th right now. Stroud having a rough go, just birdied 16, but he drowns the tee shot at 17. Maggart one back of Woods in the final round of the Players. Chris Stroud playing now from the drop area at the 17th. This is his third. It's 91 yards. Grabbed.
And a look of disbelief that really Wright is on the crest of the ridge, expecting it to feed down to the hole. Mum and son enjoying the golf.
Well, the kids are on TV. They're digging it. Too slow. Mom is just overseeing the action.
There's a fantastic experience out here for the families at the Players' Championship. The gentleman from PwC alluded to the initiatives that they have here and how closely they are connected with the First Tee. I can speak from experience how great the First Tee program is, and the patron of the First Tee in New Zealand. And it certainly is a great program where they expose children to the game of golf to enhance their character, their life skills. And for all of us that enjoy this great game, it certainly is a fantastic sport to enhance those qualities, to take the true values of life and the game of golf and get them to grow simultaneously. But there's a number of initiatives out here at the Players' Championship that make it just a great all fun experience for all of the family. And if you haven't been to the Players' Championship, put it on your schedule at some time in the future.
Brendan DeYoung is 6 under and has this for birdie. Tied for 6th in Phoenix earlier this year. One of 3 top 10s, just outside the top 10 right now. Tied for 9th at Harbortown. Well, you can look at that leaderboard at Harbortown a lot of times and find guys that will play well here.
They're both Pete Dye layouts, Brian. This one garners just a little bit more attention.
Small targets.
And increasingly strategic angles.
Mahan on the tee at 13.
And that one there will not go down in the books as Hunter's best 7-iron in his career. So wide to the right. And he'll be left with a fairly difficult 2-putt.
Now Stroud has this for his bogey after hitting the bulkhead off the tee and going in the water.
It comes down to that part of the afternoon where it's an expensive exercise if you're spending shots. He'll have that left for his double bogey. Of course, a fair lot of pebbles in the bank on show this week. A purse of $9.5 million US. Of course, 600 FedEx Cup points goes to the winner as well. Equivalent of the major championships. Greg Chalmers now. And this pin here, not ideal for Greg. Prefers to hit a draw. And this sets up for a left-hander's fade. He comes up short. There's a bunker just over the brow of that nose there in front of the green. Greg currently 3 over in his round today.
DeYoung curls that one in for par at 17. So he'll stay 6 under. The lead still 13. Tiger playing the par 5 11th. A great birdie opportunity. Jeff Maggart, one shot back here in the final round of the Players. Now, Greg Chalmers found that front bunker at 13. This is no fun. Will Haskett back with us. Chalmers has hit a beauty here. Luckily, the shot that he was faced with was the shot that he needed.
First player to find that bunker today. So shows you how uncommon that shot has been.
And we'll go ahead to 17. Kyle Stanley will be there. I love how it's a little louder at 17.
It's so audible. I mean, you really can't hear it. There's just the hum of the crowd. Is Stanley, like I would say 80-90% of the golfers today taking a long look at this one. He's hit 7 greens in a row, but this one probably has more of his attention than the previous 7.
Kyle now looks like he's ready to go. Kyle's got a pitching wedge. He's going to have to get on this one, and I'm absolutely going to agree with you guys. I am talking dead normal, and I'd never be talking this loud in a normal event. I'm not more than 15 yards from him. This ball on an aggressive line, now going right. That is short in the water. Did not carry.
Well, victim number 10. Now Brandon Grace.
Couple over in his round, 3 under for the tournament, and this is on a very aggressive setup. This also a wedge. He's gonna have to get on top of this one, and this was right over the top. Flighted nicely. This is headed towards the back portion of the green. Right in the center. Good job.
Certainly safer than the one before. Now Hunter Mahan, cross-country putt here at 13.
73 feet. Only needed to hit it about 25 or 30.
And that one may not have had the pace. A little bit respectful of the slope.
Needed to hit it 30 or 35.
Yeah, but that's all. Knew it. Not happy about it.
That'd be the understatement of the week. Wow.
Well, Hunter has really put together a good week this week after a rough year, but he's won over today.
So it's 70 and
We look back at the drop
16,
area at 17.
86 right here.
A difficult shot for the players who have had to go to the drop zone getting it to the hole. We've seen, I would say,
We're just going to go like
almost all of the shots from this coming right on
It's
that
80
ridge and not
yards
being able to
from
get
top.
it down to the hole.
I've been told that all that adds up to 40.
80-yard shot.
Your math would be correct.
Left to right. Just left to right. It's definitely not. It's not hurting. It's not hurting. 80 yards. Yeah. Where we at, Paul? 87.
And it won't go forward.
Familiar. And the 17th playing right on average today. About 16% of the players who have come here today have hit it in the water, right on the average. 15% when that whole location is located over on the right-hand side.
Now Mahan for par at 13. Hasn't had a top 10 finish since the tour left the West Coast. He's missed 2 of his last 4 cuts. The only 2 cuts he's missed of the year. And has had some awful scores during this stretch. But he's looking to better, and that's why you see the frustration from Hunter Mahan. Was really working on a good week here. But that bogey drops him down to a tie for 15th.
One of the things that's really struggled with him is when he misses greens, he doesn't get up and down, but he is tied for first in scrambling this week, so a little something to build off of on the short game, but obviously a 3-waggle there from 73 feet. Not what he drew up.
And Chalmers. Wonderful putter.
This is right in his wheelhouse.
Three bogeys today for Greg Chalmers. Avoids the 4th one there. 4 under for the week. Maggart will be along next at 13. Currently in 2nd place. We look in on the excitement at 17. As we mentioned, all the flowers out there and out there on the island in the middle have all been converted to pink for Mother's Day.
Get to know this guy's name. Brandon Grace became the first European Tour player to notch his first 2 victories on tour in back-to-back weeks. That was a hello world sort of moment for him last year.
The European Tour, their only holdup is that they can't get him on a Ryder Cup team. He's President's Cup eligible.
Slow down.
He's got 5 3-putts this week. Jeff Maggart is in second alone, and at 49 is looking to become the oldest Players champion ever. Here he is on the tee at 13.
Come on, man. Turn it on.
That just will not catch the right side of the ridge. Would have been really good for yesterday.
Kind of gather down the hole, or down the hill, closer to yesterday's hole.
We mean to send the paramedics out. You see the guy in the background? Look out. That was... We got someone asleep on the job out there.
Wouldn't be the first time. Tiger, you saw on that mini leaderboard, is leading by 1, but he's through the 11th. Made par at the 11th. A reachable par 5. But a missed green, couldn't get it up and down. That's going to be Tiger's advantage over specifically Jeff Maggart. Huge advantage in the distance department. Kyle Stanley, no slouch in the distance department either.
Has not made a putt outside of 25 feet this week. Needs this 26-footer to save his bogey. Dennis made a great point yesterday when he was in here with us about how the average player, it's so hard to practice a 1-foot putt. And that's effectively what these guys are having to hit on that ledge. And we've seen so many go so far by. The idea of just having to hit a ball 12 inches with die speed.
1-3 putt for Stanley this week, trying to avoid another one. He's got a putt for double coming up. Now Maggart to tie for the lead. As the flags stick out, he's got to hit this one about 15 feet. Up a little ridge, turning to the right, then downhill all the way to the hole.
He's made 3 bombs this week.
Downhill right about there. And too respectful of the speed. That one's not done yet.
He has 4 3 putts this week, so he's going to have to think about that one, just like Brandon Grace has that in the back of his mind up ahead at 17.
Grace is 2 under for the week. Now you just doubled 16, and now it's going to be a 3 putt at 17. Not competing in FedEx Cup competition this week. Has yet to take up full-time PGA Tour membership. The rising star in the world golf rankings. Bogey, double, bogey, the last 3 holes for Brandon Grace. Now Kyle's got this for double. 6 under par when he came into this hole. 1 under for the day. He did just get a read, though, from Grace. Made short work of that. Kyle Stanley with a double bogey at the 17th. The 10th ball in the water of the day, the 40th for the week. Louis Oosthuizen is back there on the tee. This hole just 135 yards today.
Who's hit a lot of greens today and on the week. The birdie this hole, though. He's looking for a little mental souvenir. Come on, Ray. Thinking the same thing I am.
And Jason Duffner next.
Not the Sunday he had hoped for, but he's got another title to defend in a couple of days when he heads to Dallas.
Very nearly went back-to-back in the Dallas-Fort Worth area last year. Runner-up to Zach Johnson at the Colonial. And dumps that one in the back center of the green.
What a day for him, Brian. 2 doubles, 5 bogeys, 3 birdies.
Was the 36-hole leader of this event just a few years ago. Talked about the adjustments that he had to make playing late. Maggart to stay 1 back at 13, and a good look at the steely putting stroke that has helped Jeff Maggart contend all of these years. He's 1 behind Tiger Woods. Shades of 2001. And 2000 as well with the showdown with Hal Sutton. Tiger by a stroke. Back with you in our live at coverage. The 13th and the 17th final round of the Players. Jason Duffner for birdie at 17.
Just inside of 30 feet.
Yeah, good judge of speed there for Jason.
1 hole away from turning his sights to the Byron Nelson. Although with him playing 6 over today. Maybe that thought process changed a few holes ago.
Yeah, tough to tell what's going on in the heads of these tour players. Let's see what Oosthuizen can do here. Putt that will have a decent amount of break to the right in it as it goes down this ridge.
He's already made 3 putts this week outside of 25 feet, including a 55-footer. Second best in the field and rolling in the unlikely ones.
Plenty of speed here. But not bad from where he was.
Gives you an idea of how slick this green is playing, Brian, that we're going to the 3-putt statistic quite often today with folks who are coming down that ridge.
Well, the 2 holes we've seen, both featuring ridges and hole locations at the bottom of those ridges, and it's a lot quicker down this one than it is at the one at 13, even though the one at 13 is a lot steeper. This hole cut closer to the bottom of the ridge. Oosthuizen makes easy work, it would have seemed, at the 17th. Tied for 27th as he heads to the last hole. He is in FedEx Cup competition, and he's outside the top 125. The last few groups are gathering over at 13. Ryan Palmer hit it over the green. And here's his second, going with the putter. And judging that very well.
A lot of folks out here really pulling for him today. But out in 38, birdied 3 straight holes before here, and you can see him looking over there from the roar, Brian.
Yeah, he knew he was back on 12. Longtime golf fans had little doubt what had just happened. Tiger from about 15 feet, right behind these guys. And just like that, he's 2 clear. This is the group in front of that group. And we're going to start to see it as folks will now start to come funneling over from the 12th. We can see them in the background running to get in position to watch Tiger's group play the 13th. So Tiger's 14 under. Henrik Stenson has this to get to 12. Jeff Maggart's already at 12. Always easier to play in the group behind Tiger than it is to play in the group in front of him. This one has been tough to judge today.
Hold on.
Has not lost his turn. Palmer and Stenson will gain no ground here at the 13th.
The ebbs and flows are around, though. You could have counted this group out about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, but they've both gotten hot at the same time, and anything is possible on the back 9 at TPC Sawgrass.
Well, Stenson's going to need to read this from a couple of angles, so we'll go watch Kevin Streelman play the 17th.
15 of 15 in his career hitting the green here. Best at 100% all time.
Anxious. Safe.
He's got to know that stat by now. He knows in the back of his mind he hasn't missed. Once you get over double digits, I think you start to become aware of it.
If nothing else, they talk about it in the locker room. Here's Steve Stricker. Something backed him off there, Dennis.
Yeah, something The wind just kind of laid down a little bit at the tee. Streelman, the wind was blowing pretty hard. He flighted it down, and I thought that ball was going a little long, but the wind hit it. Steve doesn't like hitting it quite that low most of the time. This little 9-iron of some sort for Steve. It starts on an aggressive line, holding its line. This should be inside the ridge.
And it is, and it's in a great spot. Almost gets all the way down to the hole. A blueprint for how to play the 17th on Sunday. Stricker had a rough day, but he's still 3 under for the week. Palmer and Stenson both made pars at the 13th. So here we go. Second to last group. Tiger and Joe LaCava talk about the number.
Yeah, I think it's nothing but that number. First see what Bruce is doing.
170 yards, 8-iron.
He's been comfortable over iron shots this week. Came into today second in greens and regulation. He's hit 8 out of 10 this week.
I mean, right now, obviously, you're feeling different, but that's that tendency right here.
Yep. He's missed just 2 today.
Feel it now? Yep. Okay.
And now appear to be on the same page in the wind.
Flag just left of the tower. Tiger's target will be somewhere right of that.
No!
Fight!
Fight! Fight! Fight!
It's all right, Tiger.
Manageable.
See some players struggle with the pace from back there, but again, that's if you're going to miss here, obviously, that is the spot. But just his 3rd missed green of the day. Hasn't been the same successful trip around the golf course today for Casey Wittenberg, though.
1 over right now.
Hard to believe he bested Tiger when they played together at the Masters when he was an amateur after earning a spot to Augusta.
They played together earlier this year. Torrey Pines, the last 2 rounds. Tiger, of course, won that event. Played together in the final round at the U.S. Open as well. Wittenberg got the better of him there.
Okay, turn. Come on, Tiger.
And too much club for Casey Wittenberg.
Come on, Tiger.
At least 1 too many.
And a little unfortunate that hung up in there instead of coming back down into the flat by the drain.
He may rather not be in the collection area. We've seen a lot of guys worry about what club to hit. That question mark has been removed for Casey Wittenberg. We'll see when he gets there. Streelman up on the top shelf here at the 17th.
Martin Laird came here at -10, parred the last 2 holes. Can Streelman make a couple coming in?
Laird is your clubhouse leader, and Streelman's got it on line. Kevin Streelman to 10 under. And he knows how good that number is. Make it 11 under. Back-to-back birdies now at 16 and 17.
3 1-putts in a row and a little extra pep going to 18. And again, if you can find a way to birdie the most difficult hole on the golf course, you never know.
Stricker having a rough day. This could help a little bit. There you go.
2 twos. Take that every time.
Steve Stricker on track for perhaps his worst finish of the year. It's inside the top 30 right now.
Retired life is hard.
He's only finished outside the top 30 once this year. We look back across. There's the 100-yard walk. Jeff Overton leading Sean O'Hare. Over to the 17th tee. There's O'Hare. So close just a few years ago. Hit a 9-iron to this hole location on Sunday. Flew over the green, flew everything. Didn't think that was possible.
Still searching for his first birdie of the day.
Shot 76 in that final round in 2007. We'll go back now to the 13th, our final group of the day. Casey Wittenberg. A little bit of fluff underneath this ball. Has to go over the low area. And he pulled the string on it.
That really grabbed on him.
Didn't think that was possible.
Casey's only got it up and down 2 out of 5 times today. Main reason why he hasn't been able to keep pace with Tiger.
We'll get back there when Tiger's ready. Looking in now at 17. There's the story on this group. Both of these guys backing up just a little bit here on Championship Sunday. Overton now 2 over for the day after the birdie at 16.
Stepping in with a 9-iron. BK. Customary practice swing before he sets up and then just walks right into it. Aiming a little left, trying to hit a little cut. One extra look. 17 will do that to you. But that's solidly towards the center of the green.
These guys don't even know what to root for, Dennis. That ball was just fine out in the center of the green. The wind is tricky. Sean O'Hare hit a perfect 9-iron here in 07. You see a discussion between Eric Larson and Jeff Overton. At the time, O'Hare had his father-in-law caddying for him. I don't think the club was wrong. The wind stopped and he just nuked it.
This also a 9-iron, BK. And I think that's probably the right club if he doesn't just hammer it. I don't think he can hit it over the green here unless he really rode the wind, hit a little cut into this hole location. Wind is kind of quartering a little more out of the left, not so much in. This high in the air, it's just left of the ridge. It's going to need a hop.
Dry.
But the wrong hop.
Ball about 2 feet away from Thursday's hole location. Back to 13. Tiger with the putter. Wrong spot here. Gonna go over a shelf. Gonna miss right. And we'll see if the speed is correct. Good speed.
People always look at the power and the precision, but they don't realize how good Tiger is, obviously, around the greens. Today, he's only put himself in a position 3 times now off of the greens. But he's top 10 this week in scrambling. And, well, that was technically not a green hit in regulation. Masterful there out of the fringe with the putter.
And number 1 on tour in strokes gained putting. That would not have fallen into that category, as you mentioned. He would have felt like it did. Now, Wittenberg just 1 over today. He has made 3 bogeys, 2 birdies. A loose second shot here at 13.
Still 13 feet here for Casey. He hasn't made one from this distance all week. 0 of 9.
Now, Casey has got to be... The reason why he's grinding, whether he's going to win or not, he's concerned with FedEx Cup points for the rest of the season. He has not yet set up the rest of his season. Player of the Year on the web.com last year, but only projected to move to 124th with this finish right now, and this is a top 10 finish that he's on track for. So a lot at stake on a top-heavy leaderboard. The points are top-loaded. 1 or 2 shots down the stretch for Casey Wittenberg could make the difference in his entire season. Now, Tiger for par to stay 2 clear.
54 of 56 inside of 5 feet. This is just outside of 3 feet.
They made it look easy. A par for Tiger Woods, a scrambling par. He heads to the 2nd toughest hole in the golf course with a 2-shot lead. Everybody picked Jeff Overton to hit it inside Sean O'Hare.
I don't think tweeting has become the priority today at 17.
There is a Twitter contest. You can participate whether you're sitting there or not. #17, and then the player's first name or first initial and last name. The next group to come through will be your next opportunity. It'll be Westwood and Leishman. And you're just picking who's going to hit it closer. But everybody got Jeff Overton.
And they were all right.
Nobody picked Sean O'Hare.
Well, if they were simultaneously watching us on their PGA Tour.com apps on their phones, and they heard you talk about Sean O'Hare's struggles, it could have swayed their opinion of Jeff Overton.
Very possible. Well, they were correct. O'Hare with a long effort here now for birdie. 53 feet away. He needs to put it up in that area. We've seen this before, and that's not where he's looking. Looks like he's looking over in this area. It'll come back right at the end, but not that much.
All right. Only one player has failed the 2-putt from down there so far today. That was Ricky Barnes. Everybody else has somehow managed to at least not only judge that one, but at least make a scrambler coming back the other way.
O'Hare has cozied it down there inside 4 feet. One group left at 13. Here's David Lingmerth. He's even today.
Hang on.
There you go. It's on the green. And now Sergio. Pretty calm back here, but there's still plenty of fans up in that area. They know this group not out of it yet. Tiger is in the water at 14 on the left-hand side. It was the hardest hole on the course last year, so he went there with a 2-shot lead. These guys were 3 back, but he's wet. Now Sergio. A good shot from Sergio Garcia. And with Tiger wet at 14, Sergio has a chance to get to 12 under there. And 12 under is all of a sudden a better number. Jeff Maggart is already at 12 under. Here's Jeff Overton for birdie at 17.
Things just got a lot more interesting around this golf course in a matter of 5 or so minutes.
Overton will continue here. 13 under par was the discussion about an hour ago. That's where Tiger was in the lead. There's too many bogeys around this course. Phil Tatarangi liked 13 under. 14 under is the leader right now, but he's wet. Clubhouse leaders at 10.
He'll take a drop, he'll knock it in.
Sure he will. Overton for his par. Clubhouse lead is 10. Martin Laird. That seems a little too far back. Kevin Streelman's on 18 at 11 under par. Here's Lingmerth to get to 12 under.
This looks really good. Yes!
Lingmerth tied with Maggart now, just 2 back. He's not going away. O'Hare to complete the 2-putt. Such a good first effort. And he will walk off with a 4, 2 under, with 1 to play. All right, David Lingmerth just made birdie at the 13th. Can Sergio Garcia get to that 12 under par number?
One of the best putters all week.
And Sergio puts it in the bottom. 2 twos at the 13th in the last group, and he's right in this.
Saw him give that a little come on. I wonder if that was to David Lingmerth. There it was. They're kind of pulling each other along. They might even know that there's opportunity ahead.
Back to 17, Mark Leishman. 12 under is all of a sudden a great number. With Tiger not only wet at 14.
We had a visitor here on the tee.
But well back at 14. What happened down there, Dennis?
The big turtle here, the big snapper in this lake came walking up on the tee. You guys will probably get a little visual of it. There's some cameras that did take some pictures of it, but now Leishman set to play. This is a pitching wedge. He's gonna have to hit this. I know he hits it pretty hard. Oh, this is flighted beautifully, just left of the hole, but not falling to the right.
That's Leishman's 7th green in a row. And Lee Westwood will be next.
That's what you need?
Both of these guys are 8 under.
One is, yeah?
Lee, I just really like his swing. It's just so plain, just so simple. It's so many solid golf shots. Short game getting a little better, and definitely looks a little better with the putter over the last few months. I figured that he'd be a little bit bigger contender this week, but can't complain about 8 under par. That's pretty good out here. He's taking dead aim, looks like, just left of the hole. That also a 9-iron. He got over that one, and that's towards the left side of the green.
It's going to creep down the slope also, but they're dry at 17. It's getting late on a Sunday. On Mother's Day, David Lingmerth, Sergio, Jeff Maggart, all stacked up at 12 under, and Tiger struggling at 14. Just a handful of groups now to come through 17, as our last groups have come through 13. Tiger's in good position to save bogey at the 14th after driving the ball in the water. So might only lose one shot, but will certainly lose at least one. So all these guys at 12 under, there's 3 of them. They're only one back at worst.
Both David Lingmerth and Sergio Garcia behind Tiger drove it into the fairway, so that one of the most difficult parts of that long par 4, at least managed, is Lee Westwood has 54 feet and one of few in the field without a 3-putt this week. We'll give him one more test here today.
Westwood was the only player in the field bogey-free through 36 holes. Up the ridge, across the top, and this won't get to the next ridge. Well,
putters really abandoned him this weekend. His ball striking has actually improved throughout, but losing two strokes to the field on the weekend in strokes gained putting.
He's got some work left here. He almost didn't get it inside of Leishman. Leishman's got 27 feet.
Up ahead of this group, Kevin Streelman parred the 18th. It's post 11 under par.
So that's your new clubhouse lead. Streelman at 11 under. Both of these guys are at 8 under. Leishman has this to go to -9. They don't have enough holes left.
Well, now Leishman did hole out for eagle on 18 earlier in the tournament, so mathematically speaking.
Yeah.
But you're right.
We'll send you ahead to 18 to cover this group. And call us when he knocks it in for 2.
Our other folks at PGATour.com are following this group. You can watch them play in on
There you
18 on
go.
our Follow a Group feature. Thought it was going to happen.
And you can see how much that released out. That's what Westwood was guarding against. Leishman not done yet. Now Westwood, who answered a lot of questions earlier this week, skipped this event in the past. And a lot of folks said, well, he clearly doesn't like the golf course. He said, that's never the case. I've always loved this golf course. Got a little political as far as Westwood's motivations for his schedule. This for par.
Oh, the 3-putt streak's going to come to an end. Are we going to start a 4-putt streak is now the question.
Tiger misses the 6-footer for bogey back at 14, and we now have a 4-way tie at 12 under. Jeff Maggart is back at 16. We'll see him very shortly.
Must be Sunday afternoon at the Players. That's all I can say. It's turned into one of those give and take afternoons. Birdies matched by double bogeys.
Westwood did not lose his turn. Seven under. That's 5 back. Right now, he's tied for 10th. And if you like this test for Lee Westwood, which obviously Westwood seemed to, there's been a lot of talk, even at the beginning of this week, how similar the U.S. Open is expected to play. Similar shot values. Westwood a great driver of the ball. There's a lot he can take away from this week, even in disappointment. Now Leishman for par. And so Mark Leishman stays 8 under. 1 under for Championship Sunday. And one of the few not with the pink shirt going, but he's got the pink ribbon. Lots of folks wearing pink here on Sunday. So a four-way tie for the lead at 12 under. The final group is playing the second toughest hole on the course. They're both at 12 under. Tiger's in the fairway at 15 at 12 under. Jeff Maggart is over at 16 at 12 under. That's the last par 5.
Just feels weird down here. I have complete confidence in what it's actually doing, H, and that's into left to right, 100%. It just feels weird right here, right now.
Yeah.
So just take your time until you get the one you feel here.
Yeah.
This is definitely the shot, no doubt about it. And that hasn't changed at all. Those haven't changed at all. Okay?
Yeah.
John Wood says, I have complete confidence in what the wind is doing. Well, that's something else.
Might be the first today.
Dennis, do you have complete confidence in what the wind is doing?
I have complete confidence that I have no clue what the wind is doing. It's been that way all day today. Right now it is dead calm right here, and the wind has laid down a little bit for Hunter. This shot starts out right at the bunker, and it's turning over towards the center of the green, not moving right at all.
That was absolutely the right club. 10 balls in the water today. We had 15 in on Thursday. And now Greg Chalmers. Mahan just outside that top 10, trying to get something going. Hasn't had a good finish since the tour left the West Coast. But he's in the middle of the green here, and that's where Chalmers would love to be.
Greg hits a draw, and with the wind out of the left, he's going to have to ride this breeze pretty good if he so chooses. He is going with a 9-iron. This is going to have to be held up just a little bit. If he rides the wind with this 9-iron, being a left-hander, it could be plenty of clubs. So it's got to be some sort of a knockdown for Chalmers. He's taking pretty good aim at this. Not gonna, doesn't look like he's gonna hit a big swinger here. That ball starts out in the middle of the green. It's turning over on a really good lie, but it looks to be a little deep.
Just a little. He'll take it. We haven't seen too many back there.
It's the left-hander spot. That's where Bubba Watson put it.
So Chalmers is dry. New clubhouse leader is Kevin Streelman, and he's standing by with Amanda Balionis.
Thanks, guys. Well, Kevin, we're going to start with the 17th because I triple-checked that on ShotLink. You dropped a 36-foot bomb on there for birdie. What is that like in this atmosphere?
That was pretty electric. That was it looked awesome from my point of view too. We read it great. It went a little right, and then it just went back on me, and it was in the whole last 10 feet. And then that roar was just awesome.
I can only imagine. It's one of the greatest holes on the PGA Tour. Let's kind of speak to your consistency this week. You're one of the few players that were under par every single round. That is not easy to do out here. What was it about your game this week?
I just hit it spectacularly. Yeah. I think I was #1 in greens and reg, and hit a ton of fairways. And if the putter would have been hot, I would have really ran away with this thing, I think. But
you're right there in it. You said you're not probably going to wait around, but overall, is your game where you need it to be? It's one of the best seasons of your career so far.
Yeah, and I was very consistent. I'm just doing the same things every day. There's nothing I'm searching for, and just sticking to the process.
We'll go home and watch that 17th putt on TV. It looks pretty good. Thanks for joining us. Back to you guys.
Amanda, thanks. All right, so Streelman going to hang around. He's one back. He could come sit on the hillside here at 12, or at 17. Plenty of spots there. Go back to 12, it should be pretty quiet back there.
Well, now keep in mind, I think when he got done, signed his card, and probably looked up, Tiger had likely not made his double yet. So going into that interview, he's probably in the back of his mind still thinking that he's 3 shots out of the lead instead of 1 behind a quartet right now.
We get our first look at 18 in a new Sunday hole location at the 18th. Front left. And Jeff Overton has this for par. Down a little bowl here. Overton missed the fairway to the right. Couldn't get it all the way up on the green. And pitched it to here. And par the hard way for Jeff Overton. 74. 4 under.
Give him a top 30. He'll move up about 4 or 5 spots in the FedEx Cup standings.
And back there is Lee Westwood. We'll go over here to 17. Hunter Mahan. Does not have to hit this very far. Runner-up at the Accenture Match Play Championship.
Had to scramble a lot this weekend. Just has not been sharp, as you mentioned, coming into this event. Made the cut, though. Maybe he can build off of this a little bit, but hasn't made a big birdie putt today either.
The longest putt he's made this week is 20 feet. This one's 29 feet. Almost got the speed right. Hunter 2 over today after the birdie at 16. Trying to figure out how he's going to get in and tap this in. There we go. That's how we're going to do it.
It's a lunge you don't try and do on the first hole. By the 17th, you're nice and limber.
You got flexibility issues, Will?
Sometimes. It's a warm day out there, though. Humidity's up. You should be okay.
Mark Leishman is way right at 18.
You good? You good? Yeah. One more out there. Hold still.
Similar story to Overton in the last group. And now Greg Chalmers. So you hear folks refer to him as Snake Chalmers. I don't know if his friends call him that. Almost made a snake there. And instead it's a par for Chalmers. And he's 3 under. Back to the 18th, Lee Westwood over the right-hand side of the fairway from 198.
Oh, look out. Hold on.
Stay there. Stay there. Spin right.
How about that bounce?
Wow.
Well, we've already seen 2 eagles at the 18th. That one almost hopped in for the 3rd. Westwood will have that to go to 8 under. Part of a 4-way tie for the lead now. Jeff Maggart, his tee shot at 17. How many times does the tournament come apart here for players?
This looks pretty darn good right here. Just got to get a little right. Oh, it's short.
On cue, Brian. Unbelievable. He'd hit 7 greens in a row and missed just 3 all day. And that one comes up short at the shortest point to get it to the green there at the front portion.
And has made the call. We are going to the drop area. David Lynn is next. Look like Jeff tried to help that one a little bit.
Dennis, it almost sounds like this is the quietest we've heard 17. That shot in the water just sucked the life right out of this place.
Oh man, it didn't look like it was going to be short. Now it was confirmed to be a 9-iron. It looked like he hit that pretty good. It's one of the few 9-irons we've seen come up short today. Just not the longest hitter, but he flighted that nicely. Now Lamb, this is much deeper into the green, and this is going to be just left of the ridge.
Safely on. Maggart, one of the 4 leaders, wet here at 17. He is going to have to drain the shot from the drop area to stay at 12 under. Tiger with a steely up and down at 15 for par. He gets the final par 5 when we come back. This is Mark Leishman at the 18th with his 3rd as Phil Tatarangi rejoins us.
And you can see Mark came up short and right. Pitched that well beyond, just inside of Lee Westwood's mark there.
Jeff Maggart has this to stay tied for the lead. His 3rd here at 17.
And a great view of what he would be facing. Coming over the water, landed on that downslope. Will it release? Oh, and that is inches away from feeding down to the hole.
That did not need much. Westwood for a birdie at 18. Inconsequential for the leaderboard, but big for Lee, and that one was low.
Well, it's going to end up not being Lee Westwood's week at the top of the leaderboard, but I've got to believe that Lee's game is rounding into shape for the summer. Of course, the next time all of these players will be together will more than likely be the US Open in just over a month's time.
All right, now Maggart, this for his bogey, trying to do something to hang in there. 18 is down in a bowl, and that one's not going to stop. And we have seen this story before, whether it's Len Matisse or Sean O'Hare or Paul Goydos. The 17th claims another victim. Back to 18. This is for par for Leishman.
That 2 on the low side.
I feel what's so amazing about that is the fact that it snags a veteran. I mean, someone who's finished third in this event twice, who's bidding to become the oldest in this championship, and yet just over 100 yards and a little 9-iron in his hand, and you see it all disappear.
And I think nerves and composure can affect the most experienced players still out here. It was pretty evident to me that Maggott's tee shot, who normally takes a divot, does a small divot all the same, did just catch his tee shot a little bit thin. And usually when doing so, you come up short.
David Lynn has sent that one considerably past the hole also. David's 3 over today. Made 3 bogeys in a row at 5, 6, and 7. Turned in 38. Had another bogey back at 12. He's left to shake his head. Jeff Maggart can't shake his head just yet.
Trying to avoid his 5th 3-putt and give himself any chance whatsoever coming down 18.
This is for double. So Jeff Maggart makes 5. Back to 1 under on the day, 10 under for the week. He's now 2 back, and then there were 2. Those 2 tied for the lead at the Players. Back with you here in the final round of the Players. TPC Sawgrass live at coverage. on PGA TOUR.com. Brian Katrick, Will Haskett, Phil Tatarangi, Dennis Paulson, Amanda Balionis doing our interviews. Tiger and Sergio tied for the lead. So much has been made out of what happened yesterday, through the rain delay, into this morning. Phil, they've gone back and forth at each other. I want to get your take as a tour professional on what happened on the second hole yesterday between Tiger and Sergio.
Well, in my view, and it's been pretty well documented for those people that have been under a rock for 24 hours and haven't picked it up, but I think I've got to believe that Tiger Woods did not purposely intend to distract Sergio Garcia, and what ensued over time was that a spat between players that could have been diffused very quickly in my view. Obviously Sergio felt like he was aggrieved and that Tiger used gamesmanship to get the crowd riled up and pull a club right while Sergio was about to play his shot. And Sergio was obviously pretty vocal about how disappointed he was that took place. If Tiger had apologised, I think it would have all been pretty diffused there and then on the spot. At the same time, look, if you're Sergio Garcia and you're playing with Tiger Woods and you've played with him for 20 times out here on the PGA Tour and in major championships, you know that with the Tiger Woods show comes extra galleries, extra distractions, and you've just got to rise above them. And whether it happens or it doesn't, you've got to put yourself in that mindset that expect the unexpected.
Dennis, I know you read and saw everything. What do you think?
I was pretty surprised with what Tiger said after watching the reaction that both he and Joey had. Acted like they knew that no one had hit the shot yet. Joey reacted, tried to put his hands up, trying to get the people to quiet down, and Tiger looked like he motioned with his left hand to shush and then pointed over to Sergio. Simple pop out of there. If that was exactly the fact that something did happen and he was told that he'd already hit, I would have raced right out there and said, hey man, I'm really sorry, my bad. But there's not a lot of love lost between either one of those guys, and the story will continue.
Yeah. Stenson now is currently just one off the lead, and it's Tiger and Sergio that share that lead.
I have moved down onto the tee box here, and the wind is very light on the tee, but the water is moving back into the player's face, but is down just a little bit. That's a big swing. That's got to be a wedge, and that's on a very high flight towards the middle portion of the green.
Well, that's on. We've seen worse.
But we have not seen anyone make it from down in that region of the green thus far today. And when you're one back of your pursuers, you would have expected that to be in a slightly more aggressive line there at 17.
Ryan Palmer has been in the mix all week. He just bogeyed 16, but he's just two back.
Gap wedge right here. Just before he walked in, he looked to the heavens. Will this one be for Clay? This is a gap wedge, and this is on a great line, just turning left of the hole.
Got a pretty tough break there. Dennis landed right on the crest of the fringe.
That break there, bro?
As he alluded to there from his caddy, a pretty tough break. If it had kicked to the right, could have fed down to the hole. Unfortunately, it's kicked left, and he'll be left with a long birdie attempt.
Unlikely that they will make up any ground on this hole. You never know. Tiger and Sergio both on the last par 5. What a scene in this amphitheater setting. It's why they call it the stadium course. It is the greatest stadium in golf. And the game has moved into the amphitheater. Tiger with inches away from a birdie at 16. Hits a bunker shot to inches. That's the roar. He's now 13 under. And that's one of the byproducts of the great amphitheater setting. And we've got two guys on this green that are still in contention. Ryan Palmer and Henrik Stenson are right there. Stenson is 11 under and has this to move within one.
Has not made a putt outside of 25 feet all week. 0 for 20. And this one is from 38.
That has some speed on it. Settle down.
So Stenson will not pick the shot up here. Might have needed that because it's not just Tiger at 13 under that's in front of him. It's also Sergio at 12 under that's in front of him. Here comes Tiger making the walk across to the 17th tee. Jeff Maggart just made double at 17 and is now going to have to make at least birdie here at 18.
Does set up perfectly for Mag's little draw. You can see he's set it out to the right. It'll come back just about every time. If that catches the slope, as it does, it will feed all the way down towards the hole. And keep an eye on this, folks.
Well, an eagle pulls him within one. That will move him back to 11 under.
And looking back at it, how valuable will it have been if he could have found land with his tee shot there at 17?
Ryan Palmer is first in putts per greens in regulation this week.
Just fall on the low side. Great judge of pace there from Ryan.
So Maggart will be able to make that at 18 assuredly to go to 11 under and join Streelman in the clubhouse lead. Henrik Stenson is in this group. He's already at 11 under, but won't make birdie here. This is for Ryan Palmer to stay at 10 under. Keep in mind, Tiger is 13. Leading alone right now.
And also, let's keep in mind exactly what's happened to Jeff Maggart and the group ahead. There is no lead that is safe when you're closing two holes with the island green here at 17 and, of course, the 18th.
Well, and you talked about that hole at 18 being in a bowl. We haven't seen it there. That's why we're seeing everything funnel to it and how exciting that can be. Stenson to stay two back. Okay. Sergio and David Lingmerth still have the par 5 left to play. They're over there across the water right now. Stenson 2 off the lead with 1 to play. And the stage is now clear for Tiger.
And this is all of what is part of this cauldron when choosing when to play, and of course the crowd reaction. That was the nuts and bolts of what happened with Sergio and Tiger.
Sergio has just hit the green at 16. His ball is on, some 45 feet away for eagle.
Tiger now set to go. Pitching wedge, and he's held on to this club for a long, long time. He has been trying to figure out this number. This is really high in the air and right towards the middle of the green.
Safe play and is on land, but it will funnel back to the front portion of the green. Just did not land deep enough in the green. Had to guard against going long. Of course, adrenaline being one of the intangibles that we can't measure.
Well, that's no lock cinch 2-putt. Remember, Sergio has a putt for the outright lead behind him. Wittenberg, we saw him bogey 13. He bogeyed 14 and 15 also, but just birdied 16.
A little bit of a struggle, Brian, as you just mentioned. 3 over in his round. But he's going all the way to the farthest right side of the tee box. That usually means you're trying to give somebody an angle to try to play a floater. He might be trying to hit a little draw in here, though. This is on a very aggressive line. This is hanging just right at the hole. Needs to get up.
It's up. Just barely, but it's on the island. Casey Wittenberg throwing caution to the wind at the 17th. Here's Jeff Maggart to post 11 under. What a bounce back. A double bogey at 17 and a birdie at 18. Maggart joins the clubhouse lead at -11.
And then a finish inside the top 45 all year. He's right now tied for third.
That finish won't get too much worse for Maggart. There's nobody else out there that can take it from him. Tiger with a one-shot lead for now. Sergio 2 putts away from tying him. And Tiger without a lock cinch 2-putt here at 17. What an atmosphere.
And as Tiger makes this walk around here, you can see this is as much a part of this experience as anything. Acknowledging the crowd, absorbing the atmosphere. And then when you make it out onto this island,
Been a while since Tiger won here. This is what he's done in his career since winning here in 2001. This is a Hall of Fame career right here.
This is 2 Hall of Fame careers.
You could split this in half and go to the Hall of Fame. Won the FedEx Cup twice, the only person that's ever done that. 9 major championships just since the win here. And 51 wins. Can he put another one on the board here at the Players? Lots to unfold. Sergio has got about 3 feet for birdie back at 16. He did hit the eagle putt while Tiger was walking around to get onto the 17th green. That was part of the story. And they are separated by about 120 yards of water right now. And the sound carries very well across the water.
And this is Tiger's 300th start on the PGA Tour. He won in start 100 and he won in start 200. Both of those on milestone occasions. Can he make it 3 in a row on milestones?
Now, Tiger is away, but Wittenberg is off the green here. Just going to let Casey go.
Yeah, electing to leave the pin in. That one's come out hot. It's usually common courtesy on tour that if you're going to leave the pin in, you go ahead and play.
That roar is not for Casey Wittenberg cozying it up there, because he didn't really cozy it up there. It's for Sergio. He makes the short birdie putt at 16, and we're tied. And now Sergio makes the walk over to 17.
This is fantastic theatre, Brian. We've got the two guys at the top of the leaderboard here, Woods and Garcia. One 135 yards ahead on the green. One walking to the tee and can watch everything that's going to unfold right in front of him.
We'll watch Tiger survey 44 feet 8 inches. Phil, he has not made a putt outside of 20 feet or so all week, but right now is thinking merely just 2 putts.
And Tiger's got plenty ahead of him here. Give you some sort of idea. You can see his eyes going backwards and forwards, trying to track the line on which he wants to get the ball started on. Gets it to the crest of the ridge, which runs right along this line right here. If you can get it to this point here, it will funnel down to the hole. As with all putting, it's about pace, and the pace will dictate the line.
This to move to 14 under, and the solo lead.
And that's well wide, well high.
It's going to come back pretty hard at the end. And
well judged on the pace, however.
Wonderful effort. His only 3 putt of the week came back at the par 3 third yesterday. And looks like he's secured the par here. Not in yet, but a great effort.
I'd like to play you in match play.
Because I give that to you? Oh, Phil, I'm very generous.
71st hole of the Players' Championship. You got to make them all.
I said something had to give. 3rd round leads are not guarantees out here on the PGA Tour, certainly in this event. The last player to win this year, the 3rd round lead, is Tiger Woods back at Bay Hill. So he's got 1 hole left, tied for the lead.
I know we're talking about Sergio and Tiger here, but this is by no means a 2-horse race. David Lingmuth also made birdie over there at 16 to get to 12 under.
Wittenberg makes a nice par. He's still inside the top 10. We mentioned his playing privileges for next year, far from secure, although he's played now 3 times on the weekend with Tiger this year. They didn't repair at Torrey Pines, so he got to play 2 days, possibly even 3, because they had the Monday finish with Tiger there. And now it's a little more than a formality, but you have to make them.
2 feet 7 inches, hasn't missed inside 3 feet all week.
13 under with 71 holes in the books. And he's got the 17th hole behind him.
And he will make that 75-yard walk from the back of that green down off of the island through the grandstand tunnel and have 456 yards with water all the way down the left. The last time he was confronted with a hole with water on the left, he got wet on the 14th.
That turned into a double. Now Sergio, tied for the lead.
This is a pitching wedge. Very aggressive line. This is right at it. Is it going to be enough?
No! He won this event in a playoff when Goidos hit it in the water. Now locked in the duel with Tiger Woods, Sergio drowns it at 17.
He hadn't missed a green since the 10th hole.
Not the time to do it.
Well, I got to believe that that's a push. I know it's a pitching wedge in hand, but with that slope that feeds the ball to the hole, there's absolutely no need to go directly at that pin.
Enter David Lingmerth, as you pointed out. Just one back. Now one of the contenders seemingly falling away.
This looks to be a 9-iron here. This also on a very aggressive line, just hanging right, needs to also get up.
David Lingmerth.
You can't aim it there. Lingmerth will have that to tie for the lead. Dennis Sergio has decided to stay here.
He has, and he has not changed clubs. Has not changed clubs. I think maybe he took a little bit off that pitching wedge the first time around. I know Sergio could get a pitching wedge 130 into this breeze, no problem. It sounded solid too. I think he just misjudged the wind. It's got to take dead aim now. This is a good looking shot. This has got more club. This is right at it.
Off the wood and back in the water again.
Yeah.
The wheels have come off at 17.
Well, for a matter of numbers, the hole is playing 135 today. It's 129 yards to cover that right-hand side directly at the flag. The first one came up a good 3 or 4 yards short. That one's covered land, landed right around 128 and is backed up into the water. Keeping the same club in hand, Sergio now playing 5.
Just got to think about Tin Cup. He could go to the drop area. I know we can get this club there. That one's hit harder and more to the middle portion of the green.
That putt for a 6, and it's not going to matter. Sergio's Players Championship ends on the 17th with 2 in the water. David Lingmerth's Players Championship just picked up. He's got a chance to tie for the lead. Another look at Sergio. This was the first one. He knew it. That was a very hopeful look. And then dropping 2, hitting 3. This one got a little farther, but didn't stay there.
Just shocking stuff. Sergio had missed 2 greens on all the par 3s all week before that tee box, and misses that green twice in the span of 3 minutes with 2 swings.
With a pitching wedge.
Meanwhile, whilst all of this is happening, over on 17, one Tiger Woods had made it to the 18th tee, and I can confirm, taking the 3-wood down 18, that he has absolutely piped it.
Down the left-hand side of 18, too. Tiger's only got 152 yards left at 18. With a standing ovation for the last group of the day, Sergio Garcia, wildly popular, even with the struggles here. And the crowd no doubt understands that David Lingmerth, the unheralded Swede who lost in a playoff earlier this year at the Humana Challenge, has a great look at birdie to tie for the lead here.
Jacksonville resident David Lingmerth.
You see the putting prowess. He's got 7 feet here, well inside the average that he's made all week. 7 feet is where tour pros are 50-50.
He's been better than that this week. Between 5 and 10 feet, he's 12 of 20. Hasn't missed a single putt inside of 5 feet. But again, just outside of that. And Phil, it's a line that we really haven't seen much of, except for some of those comebackers for guys that have come down the ridge.
Certainly haven't seen too many birdie opportunities from that side of the hole. I got to believe also for David Lingmerth, it was an aggressive line, but I do believe it was a little push. Does prefer to hit a little fade off the tee and a little draw with his irons. But he is dry, and he is in the perfect position putting back uphill.
Just go in for this one, please.
This is the same emotion that folks had with Len Matisse and Sean O'Hare and even Paul Goydos when he lost to this man in the playoff. Everybody wants the next one to go in. And it's going to be a 7 for Sergio. Tied for the lead with Tiger Woods. The showdown was on. And it all comes apart at 17.
And somewhere in South Florida, 87-year-old golf course designer Mr. Pete Dye has got a smile on his face. Not because of what has unfolded here for Sergio, but this is the controversy when his good wife Alice advised him, just build a green, surround it with water, it'll be a great hole.
They had dug around this green and used all of this area for the filler land and was left with an island. He wrung his hands about what to do, and she said, just leave it as an island. This putt for David Lingmerth to get to 13 under, tied with Tiger. A career low 62 in the final round of the Humana Challenge for Lingmerth. Got him in a playoff there. He's now 1 back with 1 to play here.
And he's kicking himself because that was a great opportunity. Most probably a right edge, inside right putt, and just blasted it through.
Saw a lot of high numbers all week. Sergio had avoided them. Nothing worse than a bogey on the card until his 71st hole.
A 7.
And a round of a polite applause for the Spaniard as he departs the cauldron of this island green hole here at the 17th.
Sergio falls all the way back to 9 under. Clubhouse lead is 11 under par. Lingmerth is at 12. Tiger is at 13.
Fellas, I walked every hole with David Lingmerth in the desert when he was shooting 62 in the back 9 and then into the playoff. It was a few groups ahead of the last group. He sort of backed his way into the playoff because of some players that couldn't take advantage of the par 5. His miss under nerves in that one that cost him was left. We'll see how he handles the water down 18.
At 18, Tiger with a near perfect drive here, Phil, just 152.
And interestingly enough, this whole location down here on 18 is brand new for the final round. Normally back left, front left, and Tiger chasing it.
Right over the top of the stick. A chance to get to 14 under and 2 clear.
And with the sense of the roars of what happened at 17, he doesn't know who is it in the water. He knows the balls have been in the water. As he gets closer to the green, he will see the big electronic scoreboards that will confirm Garcia's fate.
We talked about how you can follow roars around Augusta National. You don't always know who they are, but you certainly know what they are, and you're right. You can follow the groans of TPC Sawgrass.
Only Matt Every and Kevin Streelman hit more greens this week than Tiger Woods. Again, putting the ball on the putting surface. Even though he hasn't putted up to his top billing on tour this year, he has taken danger out of play.
Good for it. Tiger's going to win. Why?
Casey Wittenberg had to lay up, has gotten the ball out of trouble brilliantly here now with 115 yards left for his third.
Pitching wedge in hand. Great view from above, landing it out to the right. That will catch the slope and feed towards the hole.
Well, this is a hard way to make a birdie.
On a great line. And I've got to believe it will come up just a touch short. Fantastic little wedge shot there for Wittenberg.
It's an important putt. Brian, you talked about him and his status. He's currently in a 6-way tie for 9th. And if he had found a way to make birdie, he would have gone all the way up into solo 9th. But if he doesn't make that one, he falls back into a deeper tie for 15th. And that's a lot of money and a lot of FedEx Cup points that could be removed if he doesn't make that putt.
Tiger being introduced to the adoration of the crowd.
And that's a pretty focused look there for Tiger.
He's won a U.S. Amateur here. He's won a Players' Championship here. Looking to add another victory here. It'll be the longest he's gone in between 2 victories at the same location in his PGA Tour career. But David Lingmerth still has something to say about it. Lingmerth has missed the fairway to the right, but just barely. He's going to have 163 yards left. And you hear another groan from the crowd. That was Sergio's tee shot, which we'll show you here. And here it is, a look from above. Garcia now heartbroken.
The tournament has gone 70 holes just exactly how Sergio had wanted it, and with everything that happened on 17, I can speak from experience. When your tournament just all of a sudden is out the window, it's pretty tough to keep your focus. And with that tee shot there at 18, as difficult as it is, it still requires you to be right on top of your game, and obviously Sergio is not.
Tiger with 17 feet for a 2-shot cushion.
Majorless since everything unfolded in his personal life. This here considered the 5th major on the schedule.
Two putts may be enough, but he will now have to wait for David Lingmerth. And we talked about this friendly front left hole location, exciting front left hole location. It does sit very perilously close to that hazard line over there, but you don't have to aim over there to get it close. Look at how close that is to the water.
Just 3 paces off of the left-hand side there, Brian.
Now Wittenberg, and Will, you mentioned his position on the leaderboard. One of the guys that's in front of him is Sergio. Sergio's now wet. This putt has a lot of money and FedEx Cup point ramifications for Casey Wittenberg.
Coming straight down the break line there. Shouldn't be a lot in it inside the hole. Well done.
A 75 for Casey. 7 under par is posted. That is a top 10 finish at the Players. The point value is to be determined. And now Tiger to post 13 under. And David Lingmerth is going to have to birdie, or Tiger is going to win this event.
I just think if it weren't for a flag stick on a pesky par 5 at Augusta, could be in the midst of almost a perfect season right now, the way that he has played.
3 victories thus far.
John Swantek and I talked about the shot values here versus Marion earlier in the week. Johnny Miller mentioned it earlier today on the telecast. It was methodical for 72 holes for Tiger, and only that man can take it from him. And how about the season for David Lingmerth at 25 years old? A rookie on the PGA Tour. Goes to a playoff in one of his first starts. It was just his second start. And here he is in his first Players Championship. A birdie away from a Tiger Woods playoff. That's what you say to yourself on the driving range, isn't it, Phil?
Absolutely. For all the years as a kid growing up, put yourself in position to win a golf tournament. And he said it and alluded to it after he finished
Do you think
his
it
round
was slightly a
yesterday.
bit? It's got a good lie, eh?
He just wanted a chance to be in contention in the back 9.
57, that's your number, buddy.
12 years ago, when Tiger was winning this event.
Here's the thing. Okay, so it's on.
He was a 13-year-old.
15, so that's 63 and 15. That's nearly 8 to the ridge, you know. You get a little 7 on it.
Lingmerth talking things over with his caddy, Emmett Scott.
Number or something?
Yeah.
They just say use it.
Yeah.
What do you think of that lie, Phil?
Yeah, it is juicy. It is coming out of the rough, and this pin is located on the front.
Give it some room. Thinking in between them.
Yeah, I like that. All right, buddy.
It's going to be tough to get any spin. In fact, no spin. 163 to the hole. You hear him talking over there. 155 number is kind of what they're looking at on the front right of the green. Normally when the hole's located on the left-hand side, you want to be on the right side of the fairway. However, it's going to be a tough angle for him to get this close. He's going to come out with some heat on it. And The slope does move it all the way to the left.
Needs birdie to tie.
Oh, and it's just carried the top of the ridge.
Missed the slope to the right and will have to putt down into the bowl. But crazier things have happened this week already.
And he's really only just missed his target by a couple of yards there. He was aiming right at the crest of the ridge where Wittenberg's ball landed just moments before him. He's missed out, and now he's going to be left with a 61-foot putt coming down perilously fast. And he needs to make that to get into a playoff with Tiger Woods.
2 putts, ties his best career finish in his rookie season, a couple of runner-ups. Lingmerth is already 71st in FedEx Cup points. A solo second would put him in the top 25.
We've talked about how inconsistent he's been. I mean, think about it. He's missed 5 straight cuts coming in. His average score over the last 5 tournaments was above 73 and a half. And here he is, 3 rounds in the 60s coming in today, and he has a putt to tie for the lead.
Garcia now, after hitting his tee shot in the water, had to drop well back, just a little off the tee in actual fact, at 3-wood to this place, now playing his 4th.
This is from 101.
And Garcia will have that left for a bogey here at 18. The stage now belongs to David Lingmerth. A young man on his rookie season out here on the PGA Tour, again only in his 14th PGA Tour start.
Well, he's going to have to make a 60-footer. Longest one he's made this week is 28 feet. Longest putt he has made on tour all the year was just inside of 34 feet. So he's going to have to dig deep and find something with this line.
Well, to give you a greater idea, folks, of what he's encountering, the ridge that runs through the green, I'll come back to that. It's a good angle from that view. Similarly to a lot of the putts that we've seen on 17, he's really only going to have to move it about 10 feet in front of him and it will gather all the way down to the hole.
Longest putt made this year was Marco Leishman. He made an 85-footer.
Show off.
He's also eagled this hole this week.
Mark could get out there and give David a couple of tips prior to him hitting this putt.
Tiger in the scoring area. Time for a snack. I think that's a great idea. Generally do. Making sure to stay loose.
Now, the benefit that David Lingmerth has in this situation, usually when you are nervous, the muscles tighten up and a lot of players struggle to get the ball to the hole. He will have no problem getting the ball to the hole here. The ridge that separates the level that he is on runs right around there and feeds all the way down to the hole. He gets it to that point, it will feed all the way down to the hole.
To force a playoff. And it is there. Harmlessly past the hole, and with that, Tiger's victory drought at the Players is over. For the first time since 2001, Tiger Woods is a winner at TPC Sawgrass. And a huge hug for caddy Joe LaCava. Careful there. There's plenty of golf left this season. Tiger Woods has won the Players.
And next year, when we're hopefully all here, we won't have any conversations about Tiger and quote-unquote struggles at the Players Championship.
We ran the numbers earlier in the week, and they sure didn't look like struggles from anybody else's perspective. But the media can be rough.
We may well have found out Victor with a couple of players that will be very interested in this putt. Kevin Streelman and Jeff Maggott. They are currently tied for third. And Lingmerth will need to make this to finish second alone. Otherwise, he will drop back in a tie for third.
8 FedEx Cup spots and lots of money were the difference there between a make and a miss.
Tough finish, but a great week for the rookie.
Trying to become the third player ever on this course to shoot 4 rounds in the 60s. If he had shot 69 today, would have won by 1.
And now Sergio,
with the equivalent of dental surgery, having to have the patience just to wait and finish off.
There are 6 players at 7 under par. But Sergio will make it 7.
Including Casey Wittenberg, who just pocketed a little bit more.
Well, that is a disappointing finish for Sergio, no doubt. A tie for 8th, 7 under, and 6 shots back. He was tied for the lead with 2 holes to play and finishes 6 back. Tiger with a final round 70. 71-70 over the weekend after a 67-67 start. Good enough to win by 2, but it was way closer than that. 67s from Streelman and Laird. And Rick Stenson hung in there. So did Ryan Palmer. Hats off to David Lingmerth. Ties his best career PGA Tour finish. They tie for 2nd. And our champion is standing by with NBC's Steve Sands.
Dan, thank you. Tiger, it was really intense watching from outside the ropes. What was it like inside?
Sorry, Mom. I think she might have had a heart attack, but you know, it was tough. You know, I was in control of the tournament and got to 14T and just absolutely hit the worst shot I could possibly hit. And then, you know, made double there, but just stayed really patient. I kept telling myself that was the only bat swing I've made all day, and there's no reason why I can't still win the golf tournament.
It's your first win, by the way, on Mother's Day, so happy Mother's Day to your mother. Okay, you won in your 100th start on the PGA Tour, your 200th start on the PGA Tour, and now you've won your 300th start on the PGA Tour. How difficult was it to close this one out?
This was hard. The conditions got a little tricky, and the greens got pretty quick. For some reason, I kept leaving myself a lot of double breaking putts. I called Joey over quite a bit today because I just had a hard time reading them. I hit a lot of pure putts, and they were lipping out, but it was, you know, right to left, left to right, left to right, right to left, and you know, is the green going to take it or not going to take it at the end? And we're having these conversations. They weren't like simple little putts, and you know, I figured I'm probably not the only one having, you know, this kind of difficulty. The greens are going to be a little bit dicey, a little bit tough, and with the wind blowing like this, it played tricky.
In your career, this is the quickest you've gotten in a calendar year in one season to 4 victories. How would you describe the way you're playing golf right now?
I'm getting better.
That's it?
That's it.
Congratulations on the win.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Andy.
Dan, the 2013 Players Champion.
And Tiger.
Well done, Steve Sands. And now Tiger's got with the commissioner in the background, Laura Hill helping him out. He's got some stuff to sign. He's got the closing ceremonies to go through as well. That's a big stack of flags. He's going to be there a while. Here's some of the other stuff Tiger gets. In addition to writer's cramp, 600 FedEx Cup points. He was already the FedEx Cup points leader. Now a huge lead in that category. Keep in mind all the point totals are reset at the Tour Championship. But you can get slotted in, and he's on a collision course with that #1 spot. The only player that's ever won the FedEx Cup twice. And his 78th career PGA Tour victory, inching closer to Sam Snead. Well, they have taken the flag stick away at 17. We will see this scene again next year, and I can't wait.
Yeah, look, I think the golf course was certainly the winner this week, and it provided us with a very, very entertaining finish. And again, the Players' Championship lives up to that billing that it is one of the premier events, if not a major, the next best tournament in the world.
Will, we saw the 17th as a focal point as it took apart Maggart and Sergio here in the final round.
And how surprising is that? I mean, you got two veterans, a guy who's won on this golf course, a veteran like Jeff Maggart who's trying to become the oldest in this championship, and they get up there. And it wasn't even the wind necessarily that fooled him. It was just bad swings on the tee for Sergio and Jeff Maggart, and it evaporates so quickly. And David Lingmerth, of all players, hits the best gutsiest shot in there and almost had a chance to send this thing into overtime today.
Phil, we saw Tiger play very methodical golf over the last 4 days. He talked about it there in that interview, said he's getting better. What do you think of his week?
Yeah, look, he alluded to it. He's really happy with the way he's striking the ball right now. Is all the work that he's been doing with Sean Foley, his instructor, is really just starting to pay off. Steve Sands alluded to it. It's the earliest part of the season where he has racked up 4 victories in a season. The next major is just a few weeks away. It's a layout that a lot of people have said doesn't necessarily suit Tiger's game. But I think the way that he's playing right now, and as well as he's been putting this season, he's definitely going to be a favourite by far when the players get to Merion.
And a guy that may not be the favorite on too many fantasy golf teams, but maybe deserves a little bit more attention. Will, you got to take your hat off to David Lingmerth.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at what he's done this season. I guess he just rises to the very top whenever it happens, because we had kind of forgotten about David Lingmerth when he started 3 weeks into the season out in the desert. But welcome back to our consciousness, young man. He'll be there, and I'm sure he'll be the focus, and a few more in the gallery to cheer him on, because he made a lot of fans this week with the way that he played. He struck it better in the final round than he did all week. He just didn't make any putts.
And Sergio, heartbreak for Sergio, Phil?
Well, as I alluded to in our broadcast, it's the 17th will trip up the best players in the world. And for me, Sergio, you know, he came unstuck there with 2 wedges that ended up cumulatively came up 3 yards short of his target. And look, 70 holes in the bag, he played them very, very well. Ultimately, it's the 17th, the hole that's the most contentious out here at the stadium course is the one that brought him undone.
13 more balls in the water today, 2 from Sergio Garcia, and that was the difference in the golf tournament. Tiger Woods, 13 under par. He is going to get the Crystal Trophy from last year's champion, Matt Kuchar. They are getting set for the trophy presentation. Lots of folks in their Sunday best here on Mother's Day. Matt Kuchar just kind of hanging out. Doesn't want to give the trophy away, but they're going to ask him to. What a week it was. Culminating as always on Mother's Day. Lots of folks in lots of different shades of pink. Lots of families out watching as well. And lots of fun as usual. We saw folks confused at 17, a lot of waiting. Good time for snacking. Bunker Cam was awesome. You don't ever want to miss that. Men's and women's clothing for the week provided by FootJoy, and the outerwear provided by Oxford Golf. For Amanda Balionis, Dennis Paulson, Will Haskett, Phil Tatarangi, and all the hard-working men and women of Live Ad, I'm Brian Katrick. Congratulations to Tiger Woods. For the second time in his career, the Players' Champion with the win here in 2013.